We come to this place for science. We come to paleontologizing streams to laugh, to cry, to show up late and then ask what today's topic is even though it's right there in the title. Because we need that. All of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the surf rock starts, and we learn something we've never known before. Not just entertained but somehow infotained, together. Baffling images on a tiny computer screen. Sound that I can feel.
Dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it.
Genus names I can mispronounce.
Purdue.
Somehow, extinction feels good in a place like this. Our common ancestors feel like the best part of us. And dinosaurs feel like they're still around. Because here, they are. Paleontologizing streams, we make fossils less dead.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. I hope you're all having a good start to your week so far. It is Monday, March 23rd, 2026. And I'm back. It's been, almost a week now. Shoot. I've been feeling under the weather. I had a cold or a flu or something, and then that turned into an ear infection, and I'm still getting over that. So, apologies if I seem a little bit downbeat today. But I managed to go to urgent care on Saturday morning. Ios and Lordy took me there, made sure that, as Lordy said, she could take me to the vet. Got some antibiotics, and hopefully those are working. It's this ear is just, I can't hear anything out of it. It's all clogged up. Eustachian tube is just blocked. So I've got my earbud in the other ear, and I honestly kind of hate this, because it feels like I'm trying to talk with a bucket over my head, because I can't hear out of this ear, can't hear out of this ear because the earbud is in it. Just, yeah, but I'm here. And we're going to have a good stream, I think. Well, we'll see.
I see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And Charlie's Dragon, thank you so much for the 57 months of support, now at Tier 3. Holy cow. Sweetie Pie is really just doing a number on that camera. But hello, everybody. It's good to have you here. Sweetie Pie, my goodness. Calm down. Anyway, ears did not shrivel and fall off. Yeah, so far so good, Coldrake. So far, so good. And, anyway, yeah. And thank you, Hogan!
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well
also spent. At Tier 3 there, 37 months. Holy cow,
Yogurt
Hogan.
40 Bob Yogurt 40 GG and there.
Really appreciate that, Hogan. By the way... Oh man, that's loud. The package arrived. Thank you so much, Hogan. We'll go over that in just a minute, but... Sweetie, stop it. Hey. Pushing the camera, like... Hey. You gotta calm down, Sweetie Pie. You gotta calm down.
This was our world 225 million years ago at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
You see what happens when I leave for a
Glad
few
you're
days?
back, Danny. I'm
No
happy
surprise.
you're on the mend.
And thank you, Dr. Irrefutable. Tier 2 there, 35 months. Thank you for that, Dr. Irrefutable. Really appreciate it. Yeah. A stream takeover. There you go, Hez helps. Yeah. Well, here, Hogan actually sent something that might help deal with this problem right now. A whole bag of Sweetie Pie. Hey. Oh, look. A whole package full of different kinds of cat treats. Holy cow, Hogan, I really appreciate that. That might help deal with this current issue. All right, sweetie pie. Yeah. Very thoughtful of you, Hogan. Really appreciate that. Here. There we go. Gift for you from Hogan. Thank you, Hogan. Again, really appreciate that. Here. Oh, and the cats have plenty of boxes here, has helps. Holy cow. The majority of the furniture in this house, I think, is cat-related. Oh. Get those greenies for you, for your teeth. Here, activate cat cam. And Squiggle says that must be why Sweetie Pie is so crazy. Well, no, she was actually asleep here in my office on the other side of the room. And then she heard me starting the stream and just ran over. She woke up. I think she was up really late last night because Ios was up really late last night streaming. And she didn't get her normal complement of sleep. So anywho, yeah. But man, she is enjoying this, aren't you, Sweetie Pie? Is that good stuff? Anyway, thank you, Hogan. Really appreciate that. That means a lot. Very thoughtful of you. Hogan also got something else off of the wish list. This might look like something that you would use in the kitchen. I would not recommend doing so. See what it says right there? Magnetic science, iron filings. I suppose it can help you get your daily recommended dose of iron, but again, would not recommend cooking with this. This is really cool because it can help me illustrate an important concept in geology, what we call magnetostratigraphy. Being able to make like a timeline of different rocks using the orientation of magnetic elements within those rocks. So now we can actually do demonstrations live on stream of this concept. So I'm excited about that. Thank you, Hogan. This is, that'll be fun. We'll save that for another time, but it's really good to have. Yeah. We'll also help you free Magneto from the plastic prison. Hogan, I feel like so many of us are stuck in a plastic prison nowadays, you know? Was watching these videos of these kind people in Namibia who are actually chasing down eared seals there, sea lions. Ones who had like plastic caught around their necks, bits of net and other fishing gear and stuff like that. And the nets are just like cutting into their flesh. And these guys would chase these, they were like wearing GoPros and they chased out. I'll just show you. But, here we go.
Alright, so we're pretty good. Get him! I have mine!
All brontosauruses are thin at one end, much thicker in the middle, and then thin again at the far end.
Darth Goof, thank you so much for the 54 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online. Superb. Thank you. These guys are picking out these guys who... These particular eared seals, otarids, sea lions, who have plastic caught around their necks. Plastic and nylon and other kinds of artificial material like that. And then, they're cutting that off to free these guys.
Let's work them together.
Ocean conservation in Namibia. There you go, Golganek. See, Golganek is familiar.
Secure him.
Rushing the swarm. There you go, Alexander, yeah.
Sketchy.
Here we go, come on. So using some trauma scissors there, so as not to cut the critter, but cutting those nets off of them. The poor critters don't know what's going on. But this is important work, you know?
It's nasty. So I think you're gonna need the scissors. Just to make sure. Okay, they're gonna get much better now. Okay, we're gonna peel that and not pour.
Oh, we've got another mammal showing up on the desk. Another carnivorous mammal. Mini Pie's like, what is that I smell over here?
No biting.
Well, Minnie. I'll give you a link to this here. Cool stuff to watch. There we go. That's so sad, says Kate did. I mean, it's really, really common. Plastic waste in the water, especially fishing gear, is it's a serious danger to a lot of ocean wildlife. We actually encountered that in person a few years back. I think we have a clip of that. If somebody wants to dig up that clip, there was a sea lion at Pier 39 in San Francisco when I was doing an IRL stream from there. And he clearly had some bit of plastic material, probably a piece of a net or a rope or something, caught around his neck. And I called up the Marine Mammal Center live on stream. I'm like, hey, you guys should know about this. So maybe somebody can pull that up. But first off, I gotta pay the landlord here. Mini Pie heard that there's a new currency on offer. Well, Minnie. Yeah, you're in for a treat. I mean, literally. You know that? Yeah. Yeah, that's only the stuff on the outside? Exactly, right? What butthole? Ugh. Yeah. And Rothgar, thank you. Minnie, Rothgar says, hello to our landlord. We hope the treats are yummy. Well, let's see. Let's see, do a little taste test. What do you think? And Bike Bear says pets don't like it when their owners are on the internet. Mini Pie doesn't know what that's like, because, well, maybe, I guess she does. Ios is online, too. This is not my pet. This is my landlord here. This is Mini Pie. She lived here before I moved in. I'm one of her tenants, so I'm gonna make sure I keep her happy and pay rent like this. Because look how eager you are. Sorry about being difficult at the beginning. It's not operating at 100% right now. Here we go. Oh, nice. How's that? Supersede the RFID feeder. There you go, check nerd. Yeah. Anyway, it's good to see everybody here. I hope you're all doing well. I'm all discombobulated. We didn't even do our intro spiel like we normally do. But yeah, I'm getting over an ear infection right now, hence why the earbud is in this ear. This one, I can't hear out of at all right now. And it's more than a little aggravating speaking under these conditions, because it just feels like I have a bucket over my head. There's this terrible echo. Because I can't hear out of this ear. Anyway, I'm all thrown off. But we're here, and we're streaming, and we're gonna have a good stream. It's gonna be a casual one today. We'll do some Metazoa. We'll talk about whatever you're curious about, that kind of thing. But yeah, It's going to be a good one. And I'm glad you're here for it. Anyway. And if anyone's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Here, I'll play a channel trailer for you, so I can show and not just tell. There we go. This'll do it.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
Thank you, Casey. Appreciate that.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing.
It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea?
And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science.
Yeah. Welcome, welcome. So as a paleontologist, I work on fossils, dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up when I'm out in the field. I try and stream that as often as possible when I'm doing field work, so close to 7 days a week, if possible, if weather conditions and other logistical stuff permits. But they're streaming every day when I'm in the field. There are fieldwork plans coming up. I had a conversation with Ethan Cowgill last week, and I'll talk about that a little bit. But exciting things to look forward to. Anyway, fieldwork aside, if you're new here, please don't hesitate to ask questions. Q&A is kind of the bread and butter of what we do here on Paleontologizing. This is my means of talking to folks about fossils, about the history of life on Earth, about extinction and evolution and biodiversity and why it's important, why it matters to our everyday lives, why having an understanding of this sort of thing can enrich your daily life. It's important, you know? And not only is it important, it's incredibly cool and fun to learn about, and I want to share that with you. So welcome to Paleontologizing. But yeah, and you got a question above? Let's see. Paleontologists, archaeologists, agriculturalists. Curious if you've ever worked with either. Oh yeah, this helps, absolutely. We've had a few archaeologists join us in Wyoming, just kind of for fun. People who, their day job is archaeology, but they're like, it'd be cool to do a dinosaur dig. I'll join you for a little while. So yeah, there was a gal named Elena, and she was with us for maybe a week or so, a couple summers ago in Wyoming. Yeah, and then we've had various field biologists and people like that, people who... Oh, also we've had miners, I guess, of both variety.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you aren't.
Bellbag.
What?
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We've had volunteers under the age of 18, on occasion. These, especially just joining us for like a day, but also miners, like people who work in the mines. Last year when I was doing field work with Josh Lively from the Prehistoric Museum in Utah, we had some people joining us who work in like ore mines in Nevada, and they just wanted to come out for a weekend and hang out and learn how to dig up dinosaurs. So yeah. But for the most part, the people who are actually on our cruise are paleontologists.
We're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Kara-chan, thank you for the 11 months of support. Really appreciate that. And thank you for the well wishes. I'm hoping I feel better too. I'm hoping this ear clears up soon because it's driving me nuts. Yeah, anyway, mostly it's paleontologists and paleontology enthusiasts and students, and then geologists who are joining us in the field. Paleontology is an interesting science. It's this weird mix of biology and geology in a lot of cases, because you're dealing with the preserved remains of biological organisms, but in the rock record. So biology and geology combined, that's paleontology. I mean, it's an oversimplification, but yeah. And for most people who are studying to be paleontologists, if you're going to a university and taking classes, there's hardly any schools anywhere in the world that actually have like a paleontology program. Usually you're either majoring in biology or geology. If you're doing geology as your major, you take as many classes as you can in biology, and vice versa. But yeah, that being said, there's paleontologists from lots and lots of different backgrounds, people who start off in computer science, or medicine, or engineering, or chemistry, or archaeology, anthropology, literature, sociology. I know people who have gotten into fossil science from lots of different starting points in different other fields. Paleontology is, in many ways, kind of the broadest science that there is, because so many other different fields contribute interesting perspectives that we need for reconstructing the history of life on Earth, you know? It's this incredibly grand, kind of overarching domain that we have here in fossil science. So it takes all kinds of people, you know? Anywho. And digital DEXs, are paleontology museums helpful in getting your edification on? So, like, learning about fossils? Absolutely, digital DAC. Museums are incredibly important, not just for... They're important to the general public. The fossil museums are how we as paleontologists often communicate information to the general public, you know? I'm trying to find you a video here. This will work. Yeah. Here's the Smithsonian, which I've not been to since the renovation. I think it reopened in, like, 2019. But, oh, and Matt Carano narrates this.
Curator of Dinosauria here at the museum. My name is Matthew Carano, and I'm the curator
I know Matt.
of Dinosauria.
Yeah. I'll give you a link to this if you want to watch it. But this is incredibly important. This is in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. D.C., I've heard, is a very cool town, except for all the D.C. stuff. The people there are cool, except for the people who work in government. Anyway. But this is kind of our grand national showcase for fossil science, for the general public. So it's really important as a showcase for, like, here's what fossil science is all about. Take a look, people. See how cool this is. Learn something. Get inspired. But that's only the tip of the iceberg. The reason why museums really exist, at least from the perspective of a scientist, is to provide a safe, reliable, long-standing place to keep important scientific specimens. So, here, I'll find you a video that discusses this topic. Oh shoot, there's our friend Susie there in the thumbnail for this. That's Susie Maidmont, who's one of the dinosaur researchers at the NHM in London. here. We'll take a look at that, actually. Anyway, the vast majority of science that is done in paleontology is done from museum collections. This is the behind-the-scenes stuff. What you're seeing out in the display halls, in the exhibits, that is the very tippy top of the iceberg there. The vast majority of everything else is behind the scenes.
The Natural History Museum is home to over 80 million different items, but its rarest are kept under lock and key, hidden away at the back of the museum's main hall, in the Treasures Gallery.
Oh, I got to go here
today
with Susie,
one of the
actually.
Museum's dinosaur experts, Susie Maidment, has been granted special access to examine the most prized fossil in the entire museum.
That's the London Archaeopteryx specimen. Is this gratingly loud to anybody else? I'm using a different ear because this one's all plugged. I'm all messed up right now. Is it too loud for anybody else? Please let me know, and I can adjust. Yeah. Good on your end? Thank you, Lenina.
This is Archaeopteryx. It's probably the most important fossil of a dinosaur that there is anywhere in the world. And I'm a little bit scared to touch it. It's just absolutely priceless. It's impossible to put a value on this specimen.
At 147 million years old, this bird-like dinosaur is so highly valued because it was the first fossil to reveal that every species of bird alive today evolved from dinosaurs.
Yep.
Susie's been at the museum for 2 years and is one of the very few experts allowed this close.
I happen to have that right here too. It's my 3D print. Once I have this like fully painted and everything, then I can actually make jokes about me holding the real thing. You can see the seams in it right here and all that. One of these days I'll have some time and I'll actually get this thing finished, but it's a 3D printed model. Scanned from the original as near I can tell. But yeah. This is not really illustrating the point that I was trying to make, though, because this is on public display. This is not in the collections in the back. You know? Yeah. Anyhow. We interviewed Susie back in December. It was December, right? Not January? It was early January. I forget. Again, I'm not firing on all cylinders right now. But you should check out that VOD because that was super cool. When we talked to her about her new European Ceratopsians paper that she was working on with some of the folks in, again, not firing on all cylinders right now. Is it Hungary or Romania? Find that VOD. Gosh darn it, where is that? There we go.
More hadrosauroids.
But this is a
I
ton
think
of fun.
it's really his work, and I just went like, is to emphasize that my role in this was really the analysis,
Gotcha.
and that this that lots of the hard work really and years of hard work were done by Attila. Long before I was ever involved with this, and he's the senior
Murph,
author
how you
of the
doing?
paper, and
Welcome.
I think it's really his work, and I just went like 010101 enter, and it popped up right.
Doing the phylogenetics work for the paper.
I really want to emphasize that, and I think that what you said about that we're not changing all we're not saying that all Raptodon. There are definitely iguanodontians in the late Cretaceous of Europe, and there might even be a clade. I don't think so. I think they're probably just a grade.
Anyway, here is a link to that VOD. Be great to bring Susie on again soonish. Susie's awesome. She does really, really cool work there at the museum. This helps us. I want to manifest to the universe that one day you'll be able to see that IRL, Danny. What, the London Archaeopteryx? I think you're more successful than you realize, Has helps. I did get to see this in person back in November. I was in the UK. I got to go to the NHM with Susie. And there's my photos of the London Archaeopteryx specimen there. It was incredible. Like, it was a religious experience. Just amazing. And being there with some of the coolest people was really, really neat too. Just, it was bonkers, you know? Unfortunately, we only had it was less than 2 hours. Because London traffic meant that we got there way later than we were planning on. But, yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And thank you, Dr. Tara. Good to see you, by the way. Yeah. Excuse me. I'll see if we've got time to get to fossil news today, but I gotta try and take things a little bit easy. Still getting over this ear infection, and it's just a pain in the butt. That's why my earbud is in the wrong ear right now, and I can't hear out of the other ear, so again, it feels like I'm trying to give a speech with a bucket over my head. It's not fun. Hearing my own voice just echo through my skull. Not something I'm used to. So yeah. Eddie Scarin said, did sauropods have beaks? We don't have good evidence that they had like a... Well, there's no toothless sauropod. There's no sauropods with an edentulous beak. It's been suggested that maybe there's some keratin sheathing over some of their teeth in some cases, but I would say no, not beaks per se, Eddie Scarin. Yeah. Anyhow, I'm not gonna die on you, Starmie. I've got antibiotics that I got the other day, too. Big ol' horse pills. Just waiting for those to work and for my eustachian tube to unclog. By the way, I saw Science Streams there in the chat. Balint, are you still here? Balint was telling me a funny story about eustachian tubes and a naming mix-up. Balint, if you'd like to regale the chat, I don't want to steal your thunder there. It was a funny story. But, yeah. Yeah. It is scientifically unlawful for you to die, Danny says Puggo Wuggo. Everybody's got to die sometime, Puggo Wuggo. That's step one in becoming a fossil. You got to do it at some point. Yeah. Anywho. And Murph, believe me, I've tried to, it's not, this is like below my eardrum. The eustachian tube itself is, I feel like a whale right now, where like everything's just enclosed. Believe me, I tried a million different things, and I just gotta wait for this thing to clear up. Like, the infection has to die down, and then the tube has to open. But anyway, and Sabarina, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I haven't seen that name in the chat before. Howdy, howdy. Sabarina says, aren't owl poop mice skeletons cool, fun to clean? You're talking about owl pellets. Yeah. Here in the States, that's kind of a classic elementary school science experiment. And I did this with my students back in the day. So owls will do this thing where they'll eat all kinds of small mammals, mice and voles and gophers and rats and sometimes squirrels and critters like that. And then the bones and much of the hair and the kind of the indigestible stuff, they will cough up. So they kind of form a pellet inside them, and then they go, ugh, they regurgitate it. And so you can find these, and it's a good idea to use gloves, just because you're dealing with something that a bird vomited up. At least wash your hands afterward, you know? But, yeah, it could be a great way to teach kids about osteology.
This program, all those questions will be answered.
And Sabarina, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. There's neat dissection guides that you can find online and osteology guides. If you want to, you could even try and, like, reassemble a skeleton. This person did a pretty good job with this, actually. Yeah. Skull, vertebrae, tib, and
try
fib.
blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Tone Rebellion. That's good advice, Tone Rebellion.
To avoid being eaten by owls, don't be a small mammal, be a swole mammal. Brutan 1 STRONK.
Yeah, this is good. And even a lot of the more minor components of the skeleton, the little caudal vertebrae, the tail vertebrae, and the ribs, you know? As a wise man once said,
gotta have them ribs.
And there they are. An oft-forgotten part of the skeleton. I've done this with, back when I was teaching full-time. Did dissections of owl pellets with the kiddos. There's one particular spot in one of the parks near Pacific Heights in San Francisco where there'd just be owl pellets all over the place. The owls love to hang out there at night, eat all kinds of little mammals, and then throw up their bones. That's cool. Osteology is really important. If we want to understand our own bodies, and then use that as a guide map for understanding who we're related to and everything.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
New Age Doom, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. There's a book about this, actually, that I'd recommend. It's not easy to find, but if you're really into this kind of thing, it's a great book. Here. Matthew Bonan's The Bare Bones, An Unconventional Evolutionary History of the Skeleton. I was lucky enough to nab a copy of this, and again, it's not an easy book to find. Mine's an ex-library copy, which is really nice. But looking at the skeletons of different critters over time, and understand where these different features came from and how they work, and it gives us an important perspective on our place as human beings in the tree of life, how we came to be, and same for all the other critters that we share our planet with. Critters with bones, at least. Vertebrate animals. Yeah. Anywho. New Age Doom says, new follower here. Welcome, welcome. Longtime neurodivergent lover of dinosaur / paleontology. Finally decided to start looking for channels on it on Twitch. New Age Doom. There's a few other people I should recommend to you then. Welcome, by the way, and thank you for the follow. Let me know if you've got any questions. But you should also definitely follow Dice and Dinosaur, who's an Italian dinosaur paleontologist, Filippo Bertozzo. He streams here on Twitch, usually in Italian, but on weekends he streams in English. And then Fossil Preparator should be coming back online at some point in the near future, I hope. And, yeah. Anyway, it's good to have you here. And Sweetie Pie is back. My landlord has returned. I just paid the rent. We have it on camera. It just happened. You looking for more? Okay. Okay. Gravity says, I am near step 1 of becoming a fossil, Danny. Anything before getting surgery on Wednesday? Gravity, I hope everything's okay. Shoot. I don't know. I'm maybe not the right person to ask about this. I very rarely get sick. I've only been to the hospital maybe twice in my life for me. Visited many other times for other people. Bring some good books with you. Bring some things that you know will help cheer you up while you're there. Yeah. That's what I would recommend. I don't know what the dress code is at the hospital you're going to, but, oh, you're stepping on the keyboard, sweetie pie. Goodness. If you have, like, a bracelet or a necklace or something like that with something meaningful to you on it, and if they'll let you wear that, I'd recommend doing that. It can help spark nice conversations with other people there. If you're talking with a nurse or a doctor, you're like, oh, I like your sea turtle necklace. And then you get to talk about sea turtles with the doctor. Like, stuff like that is the stuff that I think about. Those are the first things that spring to my mind. I hope that's helpful. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, and that's really cool, Dr. Hubbs. My college environmental science students. That's really neat. Here, I gotta pay the landlord here because she is... My goodness. You're so insistent. All right. Oh, there you go. Is that good stuff? There you go, New Age Doom. She always does that, though. This is par for the course. This is why we have a cat cam. We have infrastructure for this. But anywho, yeah. Oh, and that's... Okay. She's not even gonna eat those. Fine. Okay, sweetie pie. Yeah, Lovesick, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. There's a lot of cat butt that gets shown on this stream, you know? They're not shy about that. A New Age Doom, you probably saw some of the dinosaurs that I dug up. The Cincinnati Museum Center is one of the museums that I collect for in Wyoming during the summers. See the room where they prep and examine fossils? Yeah, you probably saw some of the fossils that I dug up in previous years. Glenn Storrs, who I think is the curator of paleontology at the Cincinnati Museum Center, he has, he's really helped us out because I work with a crew in Wyoming, and we are independent. So we, here we go. No, hang on. Where did that go? That should kind of stick to your tongue, because the moisture on your tongue kind of just goes like, you know, like a sponge sticking to your tongue. So let's try this. We'll try the rock right here. Ready? Immediately falls off. It's kind of heavy. This is kind of heavy too, but it should stick for longer than the rock does. There's dinosaur bone right here. Ready? It also fell, but, you know, it's not perfect, but if I just hold it to it, you can see how it kind of sticks. Anywho. That, and once you have permission to process, you're doing everything
by the book, out and you prospect. And that basically means...
Back to the beginning here. Here we go.
But yeah, how's the trench? It has been embiggened, Ken. Good to see you. Ken was just here yesterday. Unfortunately, we didn't get to have him on stream, but he'll be back in a bit. But I have embiggened the trench. I'll be showing you that in a minute. But good to have you here, everybody. Shizzle Zizzle says, "Hey Danny, thanks a bunch for these streams. It's so cool to see. Thanks for being here." Yeah, it's such a privilege to be able to not just tell you about digging up dinosaurs, but show you how we do it. This is kind of a dream.
And explain the site.
And I'm so glad you're here to experience it. So glad I can share that with you.
Anyway, paying a lot of attention to chat. Let's here we go.
Today I'm on the cool kids crew today. Yeah, we got Luke right here.
How's it going, everybody?
Yeah.
So Luke is actually going to be joining us for, well, joining the crew for I think 6 weeks this summer in Wyoming, which is kind of a dream come true for him and for the rest of us, because Luke is a beast in the field. Yeah.
Awesome. And we got Spencer over here.
Howdy.
Yeah. With the dust and wind goggles, I'm going to try not to kick up dust in your guys' faces.
So Spencer is now doing his master's degree in Scotland under Steve Bersati.
Earlier when I was expanding the trench. There's your trench, Ken. Yeah, it has been embiggened.
So there's a duckbill dinosaur in the middle of this. It doesn't look like much right now.
Indeed,
but,
an old dig site. Okay, to play, welcome. This is why we know that. We've got some archaeology mixed with our paleontology today.
I say that facetiously.
Working on this old rusty bucket.
Ontogeny.
Which, it looks about rusty enough to be from 1937.
Sure does.
So, yeah, we think this is probably left here by Barnum Brown's crew when they were digging here in the 30s. We dug up a number of different dinosaurs here, none of which were ever published on, none of which were ever described. So this is a duckbill dinosaur, and I'll show you in a minute how we can tell that. But right now, this is really cool. Barnum Brown is kind of a legendary figure in dinosaur paleontology. He discovered Tyrannosaurus Rex and a number of other dinosaurs. He went by the nickname Mr. Bones in the media, or Dr. Bones sometimes. But he worked at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City, and he's kind of world famous. He's one of the first like superstar paleontologists. He got a gig with Sinclair Oil at one point. They sponsored his fieldwork out here. He used to do radio broadcasts, and that's something I want to learn more about. Sorry, my phone strap is getting a little loose. Hang on, everybody. Stand by.
Barnum Brown.
Live broadcast.
These are not embiggening properly. There we go. This
There
guy.
we are.
The guy who
Barnum
discovered
Brown
and named
doing
T-Rex.
Live SciComm, live science communication from this same area back in 1937. So here we are, the better part of a century later, doing the same thing and digging at some of his sites. Yeah, how far is the site from the one you were at yesterday?
Soldiers and their weapons.
A few miles? I don't know.
Before the onslaught of the beast. The beast.
I'm sorry, the what? You say that again? The who? I didn't catch it.
Would
you mind repeating there?
From 20,000 fathoms.
Sketchy Tracks, thank you so much for the 12 months of support. Anyway, I pulled up this clip hoping that I would be talking about the museum in Cincinnati. But, I guess we didn't really talk about that there. But that's where this specimen is now. I think it's currently in Cincinnati being prepped. So, yeah, New Age Doom, you may have actually seen this in the lab.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, anonymous gifter. I appreciate it.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Jesus Hates You.
Yesu Shatsei Au. You just got a gift sub from an anonymous, mysterious, generous gifter. Appreciate that. Yeah. Anyway. Well placed, says Claire, I guess so. Yeah. Anyway, very cool, New Age Doom. they've got a really cool program there in Cincinnati. And we might have a few of these people actually visiting us.
A Tyrannosaurus or a Spinosaurus with a long snout.
In Wyoming, that's Glenn's voice there.
Giant meat-eating dinosaur with robust arms, 3 large claws.
Torvosaurus.
Narrow face.
So Ethan Cowgill is redescribing this animal right now for publication, which is really exciting. Torvosaurus has been kind of a mysterious dinosaur for a while. To my knowledge, this is the best specimen in the world, and it's not really been thoroughly scientifically studied until now. Ethan's working on that.
A true hunter, probably a solitary hunter in the late Jurassic. Torvosaurus is the apex predator of the late Jurassic. It is an extremely rare dinosaur. This skeleton is the only associated skeleton known. That is, the dinosaur was previously known only from isolated bones or sets.
And it is a megalosaurid, Alexander, yeah.
Was the most complete of these ever found. The majority of the skeleton was there. It was not completely articulated, but it was very close where you could see how it actually fit together.
We have over 55% of the skeleton. It also includes bones that have never been found from Torvosaurus before. This skeleton has the ability now to tell us a lot about the anatomy of this dinosaur and to understand the evolution of this unique group of theropod dinosaurs.
Important stuff. Yeah, here's a link to this video. Anyway, Cincinnati Museum Center, really cool place. I haven't actually been yet, but a bunch of the dinosaurs that I helped excavate are currently there. And within, hopefully, a couple years, they'll start putting some of these things up on display, which I find really exciting. Anytime I can point to a dinosaur in a museum and go, hey, I dug that up, that's an incredible feeling, you know? There's nothing else like it. I've been able to do that a few times before. So like the Yoshi's trike site specimen, this Triceratops with these absurdly long brow horns. I helped dig up this critter back in 2011. And now a cast of it is on display at Museum of the Rockies. Here's a picture of me next to it as we were working on getting this thing mounted. This is circa 2013 or so. So yeah. I was a little bit younger back then, as many of us were. Yeah. I'm the one on the left there, Stadler and Waldorf, yeah. I don't think I look that different. This is before I used to have a beard full-time. I used to only grow a beard when I was out in the field. Then I would shave it off when I'd come back to civilization. And then I decided to just keep it year-round after a while. I think around 2015. So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. There you go, Hogan, yeah. So yeah, anyway. And tried a beard, couldn't do it, says Alexander Mercer. Alexander, I've been able to grow a beard since I was 11 years old. No joke. Like, for part of high school, I had a full bushy beard. And I was allowed to grow it. I guess it was against dress code or something, but I was allowed to grow it for a drama production. For a play that I was in. I used to go to the University of California, Berkeley campus to volunteer at the Museum of Paleontology there. This is when I was like 17 years old. And students would stop me and they'd be like, pardon me, do you know how to get to Miller Hall? And I'd be like, I'm sorry, I'm not a student here. And they go, oh, you're a professor. I'm sorry. But no, I'm a high school student. I'm 17. Anywho, yeah. And Tech Lul says, why do you have a fake Carnosaur skull? I don't know what you mean by fake. This is a 3D print. Excuse me. Still getting over this cold. Of the skull of Majungasaurus. This critter here. Probably the most well-known dinosaur from Madagascar. You can buy a replica of this for how much from fossil crates? This is superb. For the skull, $4,400, or you could 3D print one for next to nothing, which is what I've opted to do. I do a lot of 3D printing around here. And thank you, Stadler and Waldorf for gifting Just Floof. I
Stadler and
appreciate it.
Waldorf gifted a tier 1 sub to Just Floof. They
You're helping
have 6 gift subs in the channel.
keep the 3D printer running here.
I can see that my
and Reagan Nation, thank you.
year has been well spent.
Holy cow, tier 3 sub right there. Thank you, Reagan Nation. Appreciate that very much. Anyway, with my whole mission of science outreach and education here, it's important for me to be able to use fossils as teaching tools, but I'm not streaming to you from a museum right now. I'm in my office in my home where I live. And as a wise man once said, actually scientifically important fossils, where should we keep those? Where does that kind of thing belong?
That belongs in a museum!
So, yeah. 3D prints are what we use around here. I also don't have to worry about anything happening to them. Because it's, just an exact plastic replica. It's not the real thing. The real thing, again, belongs in a museum. But yeah, I hope that makes sense. Yeah. And Keck says, what's to say Majungasaurus is just a malformed carnosaur?
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Hi, Virius. Thank you for gifting Stadler and Waldorf. I appreciate that. Thank you. Because Carnosaur is not really a thing, Keck. Like,
they have given 32 gift subs in the channel.
there was a time back in the day when we would use the word Carnosaur to refer to big, like, large-headed theropod dinosaurs. Here. If you go back to, like, the 1970s, or even the early 80s, we used to use the term Carnosaur to refer to big theropod dinosaurs. Especially ones with big teeth. There we go. But even here in, I think David Norman wrote this in like the late 70s, early 80s. Even here, he's got little, quotes around it, almost like little inverted commas. Because it was no longer considered like a real group. It turns out that Ceratosaurus and Dilophosaurus and Allosaurus weren't actually that closely related to each other. David Norman and other paleontologists started to realize this back then, so that's why Carnosaur's sort of a term of convenience here. It turns out that Allosaurus is an Allosauroid, Ceratosaurus is a Ceratosaurid, Dilophosaurus is basal avitheropod, or I forget where Dilophosaurus falls out nowadays. But anyway, so that's part 1 of your question answered, I hope. Carnosaur is not really a very useful term. So it's been semi-resurrected here. Yeah, historically considered largely synonymous with Allosauroidea, but maybe the Allosauroids and the Megalosauroids combined might form a clade called Carnosauria, but it kind of depends on whom you're talking to. Not every dinosaur worker agrees that this is a real group, Anyway, Majungasaurus, though, we've got a bunch of specimens of this animal, so we have a pretty good idea of what it looks like. It's the most well-known, as far as I know, of the Belosaurids. So we've got a decent sample size for this animal. That's a terrible illustration there. And so it's one of the best understood members of its entire family. We know that this is its own thing. We know that this is something distinct from other theropod dinosaurs. You could easily make the case that other members of this family might not be real distinct species. we're talking about things like Thanos. Which is known from a single vertebra, right? Here we go. One neck bone from the distal end of the neck. That's it. We can tell that it's an abelosaurid, probably. Probably more than probably. It's probably pretty certain. But anyway, can't tell much apart from that. For Majungasaurus, we've got basically the entire skeleton, and I think we have multiple of them. There we go. So there's a bunch of specimens here. I saw some undescribed material of Majungasaurus, I think, at the Denver Museum when I was there last month. And that was incredibly cool. Anyway, we've got enough to basically reconstruct the entire skeleton for this critter. We've got a really good idea of what it would have looked like. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Anywho. Kex says, how do they model all this from just a neck bone? Well, I mean, the neck vertebrae look similar to that of other abelosaurids. And we know that there are other abelosaurids from this time and place. So basically they're just saying, hey, this is an abelosaurid, and that's it. So with this dinosaur, it may have had longer legs or shorter legs, longer or shorter tail. We don't really know the shape of the skull, but we can compare that vertebra to the vertebrae of other dinosaurs. We find out the ones that it's most similar to, and you kind of use those dinosaurs to fill in the gaps. But this is speculative. We don't know what the rest of the animal looked like, you know? Does that make sense? And again, sorry for all the coughing. I'm still recovering from this flu cold thing. And Sweetie Pie, look, you have treats right here. Look. They're there on the desk for I put them there for you earlier and you didn't eat them. What's up with you? Huh? Anytime I stop streaming for even a few days, when I start again, the landlords are just... and they just yearn to be on camera, huh? Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And Trick Tracks is glad you're back in streaming shape. I'm kind of not, but I'm here anyway. Welcome back, Trick Tracks. Yeah. And thank you for the follow, Jack. I appreciate that. Yeah. And what time does Metazoo? Oh yeah, we got to do Metazoo Wombat Hole. And I still haven't posted to Blue Sky either. Got to do that too. Yeah. And do you think they had feathers? I don't know if abelosaurids would have had feathers. I kind of doubt it. We do have skin impressions from one member of this group, Carnotaurus. So critters like Borealopelta. We know that it was kind of a rusty, orangey, reddy kind of color on top, lighter underneath. The dinosaurs like Anchiornis had black and white feathers with a red kind of mohawk going on. Dinosaurs like Psittacosaurus, we know that they had counter shading, so dark on top, light underneath. We know that Sinosauropteryx here was kind of orange and white. Had sort of a bandit mask thing going on its face, and then white stripes running down its tail. Stuff like that. It's because of preserved melanosomes. These are like pigment parts within the cells. They have different shapes that correspond to different colors, so if you look at them under the microscope and if you're careful about it... Excuse me, sorry, sweetie pie. Then you can actually figure out what colors those represent, which is really cool. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Nanotyrannus, there you go, Puggo Wuggo, yeah. I was shocked to hear that news this past November. I'd been hearing rumors about this for a while and didn't really think there was good reason to give them any credence, and then yeah. Nanotyrannus seems to be valid. Nuts. Anywho. Yeah. I had no idea that the colors are real. That's the thing, Spacey, is the majority of dinosaurs, we don't know what colors they were. It's only when you get really well-preserved skin or feathers, and if you examine it correctly, under the microscope, you can pick out those melanosomes, then you can figure it out. But that's just a handful of dinosaurs at this point. It's basically like, well, like this. Here's what, 9 different dinosaurs right here. We can figure out their pigmentation. That number will continue to grow, but this is about it so far. Just these guys. So Psittacosaurus, Sinosauropteryx, Kaihong, Microraptor, Bapiosaurus, Borealopelta, and a few others. But that is a number which will continue to grow. And I'm excited to see that. I've heard rumors of other dinosaurs too, where Edmontosaurus, we might have a good idea of color coming up soon. Stuff like that. Anyway, yeah. And Kexus, do you think Colossal will get us to Jurassic Park soon? The more I hear about Colossal, the more and more convinced I am that it's not actually legitimate. I really wanted to be excited about that whole thing starting off. Oh yeah, bringing back mammoths, and then thylacines, Tasmanian tigers, super cool. The dodo, great. But this whole direwolf thing, I think, kind of exposed them for being more about hype than about science. Again, I really hope I'm wrong about that. But right now, it seems like that whole thing is suspect. I'll put it that way. So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Sis 010 says, how does an archaeologist get picked to go on a dig? I don't know. I'm not an archaeologist. So I don't know how that sort of thing works in archaeology. For fossil science, for paleontology, we always need volunteers on digs. We always need volunteer labor, and we often have a very limited budget and very limited space on a crew, but we need to fill up some of that space, most of that space, with volunteers. There's a number of different programs across the United States and across North America and around the world that have like a sign-up procedure. You can apply to be on a paleontological crew. to go and dig up dinosaurs or Paleozoic reptiles or proto-mammals or Cenozoic mammals or whatever. Crews like that usually need volunteer help. There's a few different programs that I could point you toward. But yeah. And Claire, I think, is right about this. I don't know if archaeology is more, well, if by cared about you mean better funded, then yeah, archaeology probably gets 10 to 100 times as much money as paleontology. Archaeology is a study of human stuff, human artifacts, human civilizations, human garbage, literally. Paleontology is fossils. It's a lot older than archaeology on average. Really fits. And thank you, Trionko, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here, let's see. Burpee Museum, Hanksville, volunteers. There we are. So the this museum in Rockford, Illinois, has a big volunteer program to go out and dig up fossils in Utah. You can volunteer at the museum, or you can show up. You can even pay to be able to show up and there we go. I guess they call it expeditions for the ones that you pay for. You get to work alongside trained paleontologists and trained volunteers from the museum and people like that. They'll teach you on site how to excavate fossils. But oh, and they've got Montana and Utah, so you can work in the Morrison Formation of Utah. The Morrison Formation, home to Stegosaurus and Allosaurus and Brachiosaurus and Diplodocus, and etc. Or the Hell Creek Formation. Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops, Ankylosaurus and Pachycephalosaurus are all from the Hell Creek. Anyway. There's a link there too. It's the same link twice, but yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Jim says Burpee is a for-pay program. Yeah, Jim, good to see you, by the way. I hope you're doing well. It's Utah's state paleontologist, Jim Kirkland, there in the chat, everybody. Jim, I hope you're doing well. I've been getting over either a cold or a flu, and then that turned into an ear infection, and... Excuse me, sorry. Still residual symptoms. I still have a cough from whatever it was. And I'm waiting on the antibiotics to do their thing so I can finally hear out of this ear again. No fun. Anyway, think good thoughts for me, Jim. Yeah. Oh, a Museum of Western Colorado dig program. There you go, Jim. Yeah, out of Fruta. There we go. Yeah. Is this a pay to dig thing too? Hang on. There we go. Dino digs and paleo adventures. Half-day digs, full-day quarry excavations, and multi-day paleontological expeditions. So these are pay-to-dig things, but it's a good way to get started and see if you actually enjoy this before you maybe want to move up into the big leagues and be on like a more serious kind of... With this, it's pretty easy going. They're not going to work you to death or anything. It is real science that's being done, but it's a bit more comfortable, a bit less intense. If you're looking to do something more intense, there's a number of different programs. One of the biggest and best in the world is run out of Dickinson, North Dakota. They go out east to Montana, west to Montana, excuse me. And, yeah. They do some incredible work out there. I've worked with this crew, with Denver Fowler and Liz Friedman Fowler for years and years when I was in Montana. And I might be joining them again this summer. I haven't talked to them about that yet, but I would love to be able to do that. Stream from the field with them, raise some money for their crew, all that good stuff. So we'll see. Yeah. And hey, Andrew's there in the chat too. The substation quarry in St. George, Utah? Absolutely. Andrew, yes. How could I overlook that? In St. George, Utah, you can get involved you could either work at the museum or across the street at the electrical substation quarry, which might need to be renamed because there's not going to be an electrical substation built there now. We were there for 2 weeks last year. Digging up fossils, trying to get the word out, all that good stuff. And I'm hoping that sometime before I leave for Wyoming this year, I will be able to go out and do some more field work with Andrew and the crew out there. Let's see. There's Andrew there.
Yeah. Again, there's so much here. I wish we had more time, you know? Yeah. Oh, we got Ken in the chat. Hello, hello.
There we go. Go to the beginning.
Excellent. How's the volume level? Doing okay? Hey, thanks, Claire.
And Kate says, I'm in Utah.
Beautiful. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to St. George, Utah.
Are you near St. George?
Just got in a little while ago, and even though it's after 5 p.m. local time, we're continuing the excavation here. The St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum, once again, is across the street over there, but here we are at the emergency fossil quarry here, digging up dinosaurs, ancient fishes, all kinds of stuff. We'll be talking about that. Yeah, this site, unfortunately, is slated to be bulldozed, and the city is going to turn it into an electrical substation.
Because of all the incredible fossils found here and this outpouring of public support for the museum and for science here, the city decided to stop those plans. We saved the site. Incredibly proud of that. I'm incredibly proud of that.
They say work on that could start as soon as April 30th. I guess that's our last day.
Nope.
Quarry here, so we're trying to excavate
Not happening now, yeah.
fossils as we can. We're trying to salvage whatever we can possibly get in the meantime, and well, I'm trying to raise awareness about this, drum up support, do whatever I can do to help out here. Given that, you know, I gathered a bit of an audience here on Twitch, I'm doing whatever I can to assist. And you wonderful folks in the chat have contributed so much here. We even have a chatter right here in the quarry right now. I'll see if I can introduce him to you later.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Here is a link to that there. Squiggle says everyone's support helped save jobs and preserve a scientifically important site. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. And Emo Perlento says, are there other sites in the area without fossils to build the substation? There are better places to build the substation, yes, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, and Idaho State will be there very soon. Will Rob be joining them, Andrew? We'll be digging in the quarry all week. Awesome. Yeah, it was really neat meeting Rob at SVP. Awesome. Very cool. He will be there. Ethan told me that Rob Gay and some of the other folks are going to be joining us in Wyoming this year. There's Andrew right there. There's Rob Gay, and there's me at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology after party. This is in Birmingham in the UK this past November 2025. Rob is really funny, and like I'm really excited for him to get to know some of the other crew members, some of our Wyoming veterans, people who have been on that crew for years. Rob is going to fit right in. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I've not really done any proper fieldwork in Europe yet, Sis 010. In fact, I've only ever been to Europe once. And that was this past November at SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology Conference. I did get to visit a few cool fossil sites there and found some dinosaur tracks, which was really neat. So here is a big iguanodont track that I found on the beach on the Isle of Wight. You can see there's the heel right there. That's probably digit, or I guess digit 2, 3, and 4, I'm guessing. These guys don't, there's no like hallux print. I don't think iguanodonts have a hallux anymore. I think they got rid of it. The hallux is digit 1, the dew claw, as it's sometimes called. Anyway, that's most of the extent of my fieldwork. It was like on a little day trip. There in the UK. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah, and Victorious wanted to know if you could only find one neck vertebra. Is there one that is more diagnostic than the others? It depends which group of animals you're talking about. I know for certain critters, like for, say, caudatins, like salamander-y guys from the Cretaceous period. I remember when I was working with goodness, what's his name? He was at the Smithsonian. He was at the Burke Museum before that. Dave, how am I not remembering his name? Anyway, he worked on these guys, and we would often find the atlas and axis vertebrae, which are the first and second vertebrae in the neck, the ones that are right up against the skull. Those seem to be the most diagnostic for these guys. And so if you're going to find a single vertebra from the skeleton, those ones right up against the skull are the most important. They're the most different looking, and I think they vary the most between species. So if you find one, you've got the highest likelihood of being able to tell which species you're looking at. But, yeah, I hope that makes sense. Dave DeMar. Where is he now? He was at the Smithsonian for a postdoc, I think. might be back at the Burke Museum now. Yeah, part of Greg Wilson's lab. This is Hell Creek State Park. I've actually worked with this crew at that spot before. That's, again, not firing on all cylinders today. I'm still recovering. That's, not Jordan Reservoir, not Garfield Reservoir. Gosh darn it, what's it called? Fort Peck Reservoir. That's it. Just seeing the Fort Peck Lake, too, it's called. But this is north of Jordan, so that'd be right about here, I think? Or about there? Anyway, I've spent a lot of time in this part of the world. There's Dave DeMar there. But yeah, he would pick up these tiny little vertebrae. And you go, oh yeah, it's a little salamander atlas. That's a keeper. We would go and well, his crew would go and find these outcrops with what we call microfossils. And they're not really microscopic, they're just small compared to, say, the dinosaur fossils in that environment. These would be bits and pieces of fishes and salamanders and snakes and lizards and very rare, but the sort of thing that people would get very excited about, mammals, our ancestors. There's a lovely illustration by what's his name at the Tate Museum, Russell Hawley. Here it is. Yeah, nice. Kind of a who's who of these paleo environments. Love this illustration here. I think this is supposed to be the Judith River Formation or something similar, but we get very similar critters in the Hell Creek. So when people think of these formations, they think of the dinosaurs walking around because these guys get all the attention. You have so many other organisms that are living in these environments, including a lot of little vertebrate critters, little animals with bones. Everything from sharks to lizards, turtles out the wazoo. There's so many turtles in the Hell Creek. To amphibians, things like Scaperpeton and Epistotriton here, these little salamander-y guys. You get the teeth of rays and freshwater sharks, critters like that. So you get these little odds and ends, these pieces that tell you who is there in that environment. What is the cast of characters living at this time and place on Earth? That's really important to understand. And people like Dave DeMar do that. Just sifting through these assemblages of tiny fossils and sorting things and identifying them. And you would do that by taking giant bags full of sediment. You go to a site that you see is rich in fossils on the surface, and then you just take shovelfuls of this, usually sandstone, and you pile it into these bags, and then you bring it back to, say, Fort Peck Lake here. And then you screen wash it there in the lake. So you walk into the shallows with these big metal screen boxes. Well, they're usually wooden, and then they've got like a metal here. Like this. Yeah. And it's almost like panning for gold. You're getting rid of all the sandstone and other matrix like that until you just have like a concentrate of little pebbles and bits of detritus and bones and teeth and scales and the remains of these microvertebrates, as we call them. And they're not microscopic. We're talking about critters that are sometimes like dog size or bigger. But yeah, I hope that makes sense. Excuse me. And there you go, Casey's nowhere. Yeah, so Casey's done this too. It's cool stuff. And that's often how volunteers get started. Like if you're volunteering in a museum, like in a fossil museum for the first time, that's one of the first tasks they might put you on, is what we call matrix picking. Matrix is our name for the rock and stuff that surrounds fossils. Picking through that matrix, sometimes under a microscope, to find little bits of sharks and bowfin fish, salamanders and lizards and snakes and champsosaurs and what have you. You might find 1,000, say, gar scales before you find a single tooth of a little mammal. But that mammal tooth might be incredibly important. We just covered a story here a few weeks ago of a first primate tooth found in Colorado from the earliest Paleocene, and that was a huge deal. That's worth a scientific paper in and of itself, that single tooth being found. And they had to go through tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of other fossils before they found that one little tooth. But it was a big deal. People get excited about these super early primates. It was like Purgatorius because, like, that's our ancestor, potentially. This little critter gave rise to us. He was not a big, important guy in his time. He was a nobody. But he's important to us nowadays because, well, he's a member of our lineage, you know? We, as human beings, can trace our ancestry back to a critter just like this. Anyhow. Let me go through chat here and see if I can catch up, see if I missed any questions. Sorry, I'm not firing on all cylinders today, again. Still getting over this ear infection and everything. Yeah. One formation. I've never been to Greenland, Sogatho, no. Study the Cambrian. Oh, very cool. That's way earlier than the stuff that I study, Sogatho, but it's really important. That's very cool. Yeah. And Kex, is any baculae on those mammals? I don't know when baculae first evolve in mammals. It might be around this time. But not all mammals have a baculum. Which mammals have a baculum? The snarky answer would be the male ones. Baculum is the... Don't giggle, chat. We're talking about science here, but it's the penis bone. A lot of mammals have it. Not all of them do. But the, there we go. That's the acronym. Let me see if I can find like an official reference here. But there's a mnemonic. I'm trying to find it somewhere other than the AI overview because I already spot some mistakes in that. But the acronym or the mnemonic for it is, and this is meant to be a little cheeky, but it's PRICK, P-R-I-C-K. It's the mammals that do have a baculum. Yeah, it's primates, except for humans. It's P. R is rodents and their relatives, I think. Like lagomorphs. Rabbits, I think, have it. No, insectivores. Never mind. Insectivores, which is no longer a real group, but that's shrews, hedgehogs, eulipotyphlins, I think, essentially. Carnivores. Dogs, cats, bears, seals, sea lions, otters, weasels, critters like that are carnivorans. And then K is, oh, it's bats. Chiroptera, which is actually spelled with a K. So it should be Pricc. But anyway, those are the mammals that have a baculum. And I wonder if... do they form a clade on the Tree of Life? Let's see. Let's go to mammals here. Yeah. And thank you, Ariana Celestine, for the 24 months of support. Thank you. Woo, indeed. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 28 months. Alright, so... is it basically just Boreoeutheria? A lot of these guys don't have it anymore. Like rodents, they got rid of it. They don't have it. But, Euarchontans, I think, do as a general rule. I'm not totally true of tree shrews do. But the primates generally have a baculum. And so do many, but not all of these guys. So perissodactyls, like horses and rhinos, they don't have it anymore. Bats do. Hedgehogs do. Moles, I don't know if they do or not. Minks, being a carnivoran, they do have it. So yeah, anyway. It's interesting how different features like that arise and then go away over time. I think this is probably a common ancestor thing, that like the common ancestor of all these critters had it, and the ones who don't have it anymore, it's because they lost it, rather than them never having it in the first place. But yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And there you go, and yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Before I forget, shoot, let's check on Metazoa here real quick. And, should probably do a Blue Sky post, too, before I forget. We've got, oh yeah, 2 hours to do Metazoa. Let's do a Blue Sky post right now. Print screen. There we go. Screenshots. Let's see if that's usable. Look all hunched over there. We could do better. We can do better.
This is Laura Dern of Jurassic Park. Digging up dinosaurs is hard, frustrating work.
It is.
It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
And Beth V, thank you for the follow. And thank you Moldwood for the follow 10 minutes ago that I somehow missed. Thanks for clicking those follow buttons. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Alright. Let's see if that is a better screenshot. I look troubled there. We might as well use it. Why not? Nope. There we go. All right, let's post that. About 2 hours late, but that's okay. having a chill paleontology Q&A stream right now. And you're welcome to join us and hang out. There we go. Quick screenshot of me looking slightly uneasy in my office, flanked by a life-sized 3D printed Jungosaurus skull, a coelacanth, papercraft model, cycad, and other stuff in the background. There we go. Doesn't have to be perfect. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. What is your favorite photo ever of a dig site, be it yours or anyone else's? That's a great question, Sis10. I don't know, actually. I'd have to think about that. Here's a link to that post, by the way. And Sweetie Pie's back again. You're relentless today, sweetie. What's up with you? Huh? Huh? Yeah, if you want to engage with that post for whatever reason, there is the link. Yeah. Favorite photo of a dig site ever? I'm not sure. I would really have to think about that. I'd have to probably like look through my field photos and that. I don't know, that's a tough question to answer. I don't have a ready shoot from the hip kind of response. I feel like that's something that requires some thought, and I'm not operating at 100% right now. Maybe ask me again sometime soon, and I'll have a better answer for you. I think it's important that I try and offer you the best information I have at any given moment. I don't have anything for you there. I'm sorry. Anyway. Yeah. Whoa, Wednesday, falling since 2024. I don't know how. Well, welcome. It's good to have you here. Thanks for finally showing up. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Is there nothing going on in the whole rest of the house right now? You keep coming back here. Do you want a different kind of treat? We have other kinds I can offer you. Savory salmon flavor? What do you think of that? We can give that a shot. What do you think? Oh, what about that? What do you think? Try those? You're drooling everywhere. So gross, sweetie pie. Gotta go get a paper towel. Where's my sanitizer spray? Huh? Oh, there she goes. Anyway, we're gonna do Metazoa in a minute here. From only linking one flavor of treat to all the flavors. That's nice, Dirterbust. Then, when cats start to appreciate some variety, they could be such finicky creatures. So arbitrary in their preferences. It's nice when they branch out a little bit, you know? Anywho, let's jump in the Metazoa here, shall we? This is our daily animal guessing challenge. We got to try and figure out what our mystery animal of the day is. And Tommy Plodicus, thank you for the 32 months. Thank you, Tommy Plodicus.
Ontogeny.
Hello, friends.
Thank you. Hang on, why is this not working? Hang on a sec. Stream Elements, what's wrong with you? Bear with me, chat. Just a moment here. There we go. That didn't work before. Anywho, our game Metazoa here. This is a...
That gives...
Our alerts are being all wonky.
The history of life. It's
There we go.
very quirky for...
Thank you, Pate B, for the 7 months of support. Just in time for Metazoa? Welcome, Pate B. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 7 months. I appreciate that. This is a game that, it's a lot like Wordle, if you're familiar with that. The daily word game from the New York Times. It's like that, except instead of trying to guess a mystery word, there is a mystery animal to uncover the identity of. And we do this using an evolutionary family tree, what we call a phylogeny. So by understanding the ways that these critters are related to one another, we can guess this in as few guesses as possible. We can be real clever about how we do this. So without further ado, let's jump in.
Hold on to your butts.
Our critter is some kind of animal, but we don't know what kind. As sort of a visual aid here, as a teaching tool, I like to use the One Zoom Tree of Life when we're doing this. As far as we know, all life on Earth is related. Everything comes from a single common ancestor about 3 or 4 billion years ago. Everything from bacteria to quinoa to ladybugs to you and me, we all descended from a single kind of primordial life form, if you want to be cute about it. The last universal common ancestor, Luca, is the term that we use for this. But anyway, since all living things on our planet today, from bacteria to quinoa to you and me, have DNA, we can look at that DNA, look at those genetic codes and see how similar or different they are, and kind of generate a tree like this. We can also look at the fossil record for critters that, you know, further back in time. Critters we don't have DNA from because they're fossils. We can use that, we can combine these different lines of evidence into one big illustration like this. So animals are just one big branch on this tree. Let's jump to them. Right here. About 1.4 million species exist on this tree. There's surely many more species than that, but this is close to the number of animals that have actually been scientifically described, animals that have been named in the scientific literature. About 1.4 million species. That's what we're looking at here. But this game, Metazoa, doesn't have all of those. It's missing a bunch. And it does tend to be heavily biased in certain directions. Like, there's more cat species on here than there are, say, bat species. Which is pretty funny, because when we look at cats, Felidae, how many species of cat do we have? Within Felidae, 40 species. I think there's like 12 species of cat that Metazua has programmed into it. But if we want to try like bat, there's 2, fruit bat and vampire bat. Compare that to the number of bat species that we have in real life, Chiropterans, the bats. It's over 1,000. So I bring this up to point out that Metazua is kind of biased in certain directions, which makes sense. But one of those biases is that it's very mammal-centric. Mammals are overrepresented in the game, so I usually like to start with a mammal because it'll often shave off a few guesses. They're overrepresented. So give me the name of a mammal, and rabbit is a good one, Bush Doctor. Yeah. That's a kind of lagomorph, which is a type of, it's part of the group Glyres. It's rodents and their relatives. Rabbits are not a kind of rodent, but they are related. Let's try rabbit. We'll start there. And, oh boy, we are nowhere close. Our critter is a bilaterally symmetrical animal, but it's not a rabbit. So the way that this works is we guessed rabbit, and Metazua says, nope, not a rabbit. Best I can do for you today is bilateria. So, oh shoot, not a rabbit. Let's go to rabbits here. Yeah, here's... rabbits. It's not here. We got to go all the way back to bilateria over here. Bilaterally symmetrical animals. This might seem like a major setback, because holy cow, there's still almost 1.4 million species here. We haven't narrowed it down at all, but we have actually narrowed it down. Our critter is not going to be anything from rabbit all the way up to this point. So our critter is not going to be a deuterostome. So we did manage to shave off 82,000 species. Our critter has got to be a protostome. I mean, I guess theoretically it could be one of these critters, like acorn worms and their relatives. But none of these are programmed into Metazua, so we can safely ignore that. Our critter instead has to be a protostome. These are invertebrates. And the group that's best represented in Metazua, as I understand it, are the insects, largely the beetles. Give me the name of an insect.
These are just some of the questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
And Cheese Hobbit, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Jumping spider is one. Ladybug is a good go-to, Dan the BC Man. Let's do that. It's a kind of beetle. The Coleoptera, the beetles, are very much overrepresented. Not just in this game, but also on this playlist. So let's go with a beetle here. Ladybug. And welcome, Cheese Hobbit. Hey, it's good to have you here. Hey, wait till we're doing some field work, digging up fossils out in the Badlands. Yeah, it's gonna be good. Okay, our critter is not a beetle, but it is part of Endopterygoda, which are the... I think these are insects with full metamorphosis.
Take the phone to Mommy now! It's the dinosaur man!
Keep up the great work. Okay. Love
Thank
it.
you, Team Rocket. Thank you for the 3 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online. Good stuff. Yeah. So our critter is a holometabolin. So here, let's look this up to try and make sure we know what we're talking about here. They have complete metamorphosis. So this includes your hymenopterans, your bees and wasps and ants, snake flies and beetles, dipterans. I think it's probably going to be a hymenopteran, though. So let's search here within protostomes. We have holometabola, insects with complete metamorphosis. And the earliest branching, so we guessed ladybug, which is a kind of beetle. They're over here. And Metazoa says, nope, but it is an endopterygote. And so it's got to be something earlier branching, which tells me it's probably a hymenopteran. So we could go the ant route, or we could go the wasp, or the bee. Well, actually, I'm not totally sure how this works. I bet you they're all down here. Ants and bees and wasps. Let's just try ant. We'll try fire ant because I don't know. Given my luck today, it probably will be one of the most unpleasant of creatures. Let's try it. And no. Interesting. This tells me that there's some subclades in here that are missing. So we guessed fire ant, assuming that it was a hymenopteran, but it doesn't say hymenoptera. It's not a fire ant, so it could still be something like a butterfly or a moth. Let's try that. Let's try silkworm, silk moth. See if that gets us any closer. Here.
Hold on to your butts.
And okay, we're in the correct superfamily, I guess. Bombicoidea. Okay. Okay. Here, let's... never even heard of this group before, so let's search it up. Silk moths, giant silk moths. I think I saw one of these in a movie once. Giant silk moth. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So, Bombicoidea. Does this include the Atlas moth? Because if it is, we might have it. It might be the Atlas moth. Yeah, hawk moths. And what a speciose group. Just keep going here. We'll get there eventually. There we go. Hawk moths. So does this include the Atlas moth? That's our only other option here, looks like, in Metazoa. Atlas moth. Bingo! It does, I believe. Yeah, that is part of the hawk moth group. Excellent. So it's gotta be Atlas moth. You ready?
Hold on to your butts.
And guess. Not too shabby. Got that with 5 guesses. Could have been a lot worse. Yeah. Let's go ahead and post that to Blue Sky real quick. There we go. Excuse me. Some of those useful clades are definitely missing here. But I could have done a lot worse. There we go. Not too shabby. Still keeping that average down to 5.2 as well. Proud of that. Let's look up a video on Atlas moths and see what they're all about, because I'm guessing they're probably pretty cool.
Protective armor to guard themselves from beasts like Tyrannosaurus rex.
And Fluffy Deinonychus, thank you for the 45 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. There we go. Here, take a look. Holy cow! Look at that animal. Not Marjorie. I'm talking about the moth.
Hi everyone, I'm Marjorie, and today I have a female Atlas moth with me. So I thought I'd use this opportunity to give you a closer view of her beautiful wings.
Wow. Wow!
This particular type of moth
Wow!
has windows in her wings, so you can actually see my thumb moving through her
Whoa!
wings. So moths and butterflies have clear wings, and then they just have different colored scales over them to create these beautiful patterns. So there's the back, and if we turn her around, you can see the other side as well.
Incredibly cool. Again, how neat is that? Here's a link. You can see the spiracles too, it says diagonal. The respiratory spiracles? Does that mean the same thing on lepidopterans as it does for... I know in elasmobranch fishes, the spiracles are like the... Here. Like on sharks, their spiracles are there, and I think they're associated with respiration, right? Huh. Spherical. Yeah, are those for respiration?
हेलो बच्चों, गुड मॉर्निंग। सो मेरे घर के सामने आप ये देख रहे हैं पीन व्हील फ्लावर प्लांट। इस पीन व्हील फ्लावर प्लांट पिलर आप देखिए, राइट से उसकी आईज है, दीज ओपनिंग्स आर स्पाइरल, काफी क्लियर आप यहाँ पे देख पा रहे हैं। यहाँ से ऑक्सीजन अंदर जाता है और CO2 निकलता है।
So they are used for respiration.
अगर आप देखेंगे तो यहाँ पे काफी ब्राइट से उसकी आईज है। Then
Very cool. So invertebrates like this don't have lungs per se. They have kind of a more distributed respiratory system. Yeah, most insects breathe through spiracles along the sides of the abdomen, says Diagonal. Yeah, yeah. Very, very cool. And Diagonal says spiders have lungs. I guess they do, don't they? Some arthropods have what we call like a book lung sort of setup. Yeah. Let's see if I can find you a decent video about this. So many of these seem to have no views, which is a little suspect, to say the least. No, it turns out YouTube is just borked right now. Here's a SciShow video from 13 years ago, and it says no views. I know that's wrong. So YouTube is having some issues right now. But yeah, here we go. And not like Paleontologizing. I'm not totally sure, Bush Doctor. Let's find out together. I know less about this than I would like to, so let's listen to Brother Hank here, see what he has to say.
Dreams and wake up wondering why there aren't puppy-sized spiders. These days, the largest insect on record is the giant weta of New Zealand, which can grow up to 10 centimeters long and weigh around 70 grams, about the size of a small bird. But there was a time when bugs were very different. 300 million years ago, insects like the Meganura dragonfly, with wingspans 65 centimeters across, used to fill the skies along with the other insects like 8 times bigger than the ones
I'm gonna get some water real
today.
quick.
So why then and not now? Well, John Harrison, physiologist at Arizona State University, knows probably more about this than anybody else, so we asked him. And our first question was about the most common theory regarding insect size. For a long time, experts believed that the weight of an insect's exoskeleton was what prevented it from growing too much larger. However, Dr. Harrison said that there aren't a lot of facts to back that up.
And so people have argued that really having an exoskeleton is not compatible with being large. The interesting thing is really there's very little data on that, and the data that there is doesn't really support it. Probably the one thing that supports that idea is the fact that in the sea we get much larger arthropods than we do get on land, and of course in the sea they don't have to support.
There you go, Cosmocrat. Welcome,
Harrison
welcome.
also pointed out that the proportion of exoskeleton to body size is the same in large insects as it is in small insects.
Truck size weta? No, they were never that big. I mean, I think the largest terrestrial arthropods that have ever lived are things like Arthropleura, which are roughly maybe approaching like 4 meters long. So this is during the Carboniferous period. And Randy Io, thank you for the 67 months of support. Hey, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. We encounter... What's wrong with my mouse? It's clogged full of cat hair. Okay. Yeah. Okay, 2.7 meters more like it. That makes more sense. So we're talking about like this. But this is before the dinosaurs. And I think we encountered one of these when I was at the Burpee Museum in Rockford, Illinois a few years back. Let's see if we can find that clip. There we are. Burpee Museum.
Got Meganura and Ariops. Wait, isn't Ariops a... Maybe I'm thinking of...
Antarctica is a modern tree. These are often come from different kinds of plants. There are ones that I think are descended from grasses. There are ones that are gymnosperms. There are ones that are angiosperms. And back during the Carboniferous period, trees were something entirely different. They didn't have true wood, just like Diagonal was saying. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Diagonal was saying there in the chat. This is from 2022.
Wood like pine, but leaves and spores like ferns. Yeah, diagonal, very cool.
This was almost 4 years ago.
Might fall under that category, right? Things like Cyathea or Dixonia. Dixonia or Dickinsonia? I forget. No, Dickinsonia is the Ediacaran animal. Dixonia, I think, is the Dixonia antarctica, is a modern tree fern.
Here, let's see. Dixonia antarctica. Yep. Bingar. The Tasmanian tree fan. Dixonia antarctica.
Yeah. The trees are grass for the PhD. Hugan.
Hey, can I just get a thing? Ah, a living dinosaur.
And Aunt Point, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here.
Yeah, neat stuff. And then Arthroplura, got that critter right there. 8 feet long. I think they got even longer than that. Yeah. So it looks dangerous, but like modern millipedes, it ate plants. Pretty cool critter.
There it is there.
And then we've got Meganwera and Ariops. Wait, isn't Ariops a... Maybe I'm thinking of Seamoria. It's from the Permian.
Anywho. Yeah, there's our Arthroplura there.
Very cool.
These are such cool displays at the Burpee Museum in Rockford, Illinois. If you're ever in that part of the world, make sure you visit here. This is like the number one cool thing to do.
Love these trees.
That whole area.
You can see the scale pattern on these Calamites right here. I think that's Calamites. Another giant Arthroplura right there. Big ol'
yeah.
Millipede relative. These kind of horsetail-y looking things.
Otter Do It says, as someone who has terrible recall, I'm continually amazed by how much you remember about so many different species. I mean, they're like old friends, Otter Do It. Like, I've known these animals since I was a little kid. You like, I could show you some of the books on my shelf, and here, just this, for instance. This is a book that I read cover to cover, I don't know how many times, when I was like, maybe 10 years old. And I guarantee you Arthroplura will show up in this book. So get into the Carboniferous. Get fishes and invertebrates. Evolving insect. Meganwera. Oh, come on. Where's Arthroplura? Don't turn me into a liar. Dinosaur encyclopedia. Okay, amniotes. Life in a swamp. Oh shoot, really? Is it not in here? Gosh darn it. Oh well. It's in most books like that. It's kind of, well, that might be it on the cover, but it might not be. I don't know. Yeah. Anywho, the point is that, like, I've been hearing and reading about these critters since I was a little kid, so... And they show up in a bunch of documentaries and stuff like that, too. Arthroplura. And thank you, Isolated, for the 6 months of support. Really appreciate that. Aww. Look at all those chickens. Thank you, Isolated, for your continued support. I really appreciate it. Good stuff. Here we go. Anyhow, it's just one of those classic critters that, like, if you're interested in paleontology and you stick with it for a long time, you will encounter this critter again and again and again. In books, in documentaries, in museum displays, in all kinds of stuff like that. And I'm sure they're going to bring it up in this video here, too.
So the exoskeleton idea sounds kind of like a non-starter. So what else you got, Doctor?
Another idea that's been put forward, and that's really been something that we've worked on a lot, is this idea that it relates
thank you,
to
Claire.
oxygen delivery. So
Yeah.
insects breathe in an entirely different way from humans. They have a series of holes along their side of their body, and then the oxygen comes in through these holes and goes as a gas in air-filled tubes. And these tubes branch, kind of like the branching tree, and get very small, down to in the range of a micron in size, so really tiny, and can get down close to every cell.
These tiny tubes are called tracheoles, and they dead end in the body cavity where oxygen diffuses into the insect cells. Dr. Harrison says that this could be a limiting factor for bugs' growth. In large insects, tracheoles would probably have to be really, really long, which would make the diffusion of oxygen difficult. But that might only be a problem given the oxygen levels we have in the atmosphere today. Another theory is that giant insects were possible in the past because there was a lot more oxygen in the air.
And that idea has gotten some recent support from geologists who showed that in the late Paleozoic, atmospheric oxygen rose to well above what it is today. Right now it's 21% oxygen. In the late Paleozoic, we think it was about 32% oxygen. And that happens to coincide with when we had much larger insects than we have today. And so that kind of has boosted this idea that oxygen delivery is what keeps insects small, and that higher oxygen in the atmosphere could enable them to get bigger.
In the end, Dr. Harrison says we don't have definitive answers, only theories. But whatever the reason is, I for one am happy with bugs staying the size they are. In fact, if we could get them a little smaller, I wouldn't mind. If you have any questions for experts, we are happy to try and find experts to answer them for you. So let us know those questions or any other ideas or comments.
They didn't mention Arthur Pleurer here.
Or on Facebook or Twitter, and we'll see you next time.
Anyway, good stuff. Here's a link to that video. There. Yeah. And Chaotic Kitten says, I'm getting better at identifying birds here in Ireland since I started watching the stream and participating in Thursday Birds Day. That's really exciting, Chaotic Kitten. I'm really glad to hear that. That's the whole point of Thursday Birds Day, is to get people to go out into nature and spend time with the other critters that we share our planet with. Instead of touching grass, grass is often like, I don't know, I think it's often a poor substitute for real nature. Grass is often cultivated, non-native. It's like, it's an artificial thing almost. But birds, if you can go out and see birds, that's better than touching grass, in my opinion. So yeah. Grass is lame. It kinda is. I mean, lawns are lame. It reminds me of a, here. There's a guy on YouTube whom I have tremendous respect for. His name is Tony Santori. Does anybody else know him? His channel is called Crime Pays, but Botany Doesn't. Very genuine guy. Very knowledgeable. Comes across as very blue collar. Very unpretentious. Yeah. Here, here's a trailer for his YouTube channel became popular enough. I would show you clips, but he often does a lot of cussing in it, and I don't have any problem with that, but it kind of goes against our family-friendly sort of vibe here on Paleontologizing. Anyway, he was part of a TV show. people were excited enough about his homemade videos that were like, hey, let's make a show. Here's a trailer for it. Check it out.
EarthX TV wants to kill your lawn. 2 men, 1 mission. Help save the planet.
Heck with goats. There we go, guys. Everybody out.
Lawn by lawn.
The thing we're trying to get out there is that anybody could do this.
And make your lawn look great.
Freak their minds out, you know?
Kill your lawn. Thursday at 10 on EarthX TV.
Yeah.
EarthX.
And they did a second season? Hang on.
Now, we must all confront what's haunting their place.
We need to know what's causing this haunting.
When Caroline and Jonathan said they felt the presence here,
We need to know now. We need answers.
I was, you know, kind of skeptical.
Seeing a bunch of stuff. I'm starting to get some readings on here.
You go ahead of me. There's some kind of activity, a paranormal variety.
Just point to the backyard.
Oh, there's something on the other side of that door.
Okay, Louis?
Whatever it is behind this door on the lawn. Whoa.
Can we get more fog up here? Yeah.
A portal.
Everyone knows Chicago's ground zero for paranormal activity.
I haven't seen this before.
Looks like a floating orb.
Oh my God, it's taking shape.
Is it Mayor Daley? The first?
Oh my God, it does look like Richard J. Daley.
Is he wearing a fez? At the end of the day, no one did more to promote the culture of the lawn in Chicago tri-state area than Mayor Daley. Mr. Mayor, what are you manifesting?
Why are you holding on? Why are you here above the lawn? What must we know? Joey and Dale, I am reaching out to you from the afterlife where I have been overcome with grief at the acres and acres of prairie which I paved over in Chicago's great mid-century expansion.
We completely understand your regrets, Mr. Mayor, but it's a little too late for that now.
With all due respect, Your Honor, a lot of damage has already been done. Chicagoans never say never. I hereby bequeath you with the special quest to destroy as many Chicago lawns as possible and restore the prairie city lot by city lot. Go forth and kill the lawns and replant the prairies.
It's very apparent to me that he's apologetic and wants to make up for it, and so we're gonna help him do that.
It's kind of in a wheelhouse of what we're already doing, you know, so, and I felt honored to be bequeathed with the quest from the mayor, from the afterlife. I just, wow. It goes to show, you know, that the most hardcore lawn lover can repent, even if from beyond the grave. You know, it's never too late. Here you go, plant those gently in the ground.
Anyway, let me share that channel with you. Again, I'm not going to show many clips because it probably will violate our no swears policy. But can't recommend this channel highly enough. Be really cool to do a collaboration with Tony Santori at some point. Yeah. Flipsy Fiona, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow.
Flipsy Fiona and their 18 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. We're talking about natural history, fossil science, and we haven't really done too much discussion about dinosaurs yet today, but dinosaurs are what I work on. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and here's what we're all about here on this channel. And welcome to you, Nowhere Girl or Boy, Shipment of Fail, and JR Blaze. How are you all doing? Flipsy Fiona, the Flipsy Prickle is here. Let's get swagging. Welcome. It's wonderful to have you here. Thanks for joining us.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There you go. Welcome, welcome. And Flipsy Fiona's stream was great. We played some board games, Agueda and Ingenios. We also went through my board game haul from the past weekend. Very nice. I'm glad you had a good time, and I appreciate you bringing everybody over. Let me know if you happen to have any questions about fossil science, about dinosaurs in particular, or the history of life on Earth in general. Today's a really loosey-goosey stream. I'm still kind of getting over an illness. I'm taking antibiotics for an ear infection right now, which is why I've got my earbud in the wrong ear. I can't hear at all out of this one right now. Hoping that clears up ASAP, because it feels like I'm talking with a bucket over my head. There's this really annoying echo in my skull. I can't stand it. So anyway, I'm glad you're here. Thanks for the raid. Let me know if you got any questions. Yeah. This is like the 5th time you showed up today, sweetie pie. What are you doing? What's up with you? There's nothing going on the whole rest of the house? Am I really the most interesting thing happening right now? Is that the case? Is that the case right now? You love pushing that camera around, don't you? Yeah. Oh. Can you not go outside right now? You feel kind of warm like you were outside. And these are some of the most spoiled cats in the world. They've got a special enclosed outdoor area where they can get some fresh air. Is the catio closed right now? Well, I mean, the cat door is going to be open. You can go in and out. Well, what's up with you today? Yeah. She missed me streaming as much as chat did, it seems like. Maybe more. Maybe more, huh? Look at that belly down there. I'm gonna scratch that up. I'm gonna scratch that up. Yeah. Okay. You're looking for some face squishes? That's one of your favorite things. You squish that face. Yeah. Let's get that squished. Lost Q says, did cats come from rats? Did they evolve from rats? No. No. But cats and rats, so carnivorous mammals and glyrine mammals, they both come from a common ancestor. But here, let's talk about that for a minute, shall we? we go. Here is our tree of life. We can jump to mammals here. So mammals are critters who feed their young with milk, and they all come from one common ancestor. At like the end of the Triassic or beginning of the Jurassic, it depends on, I don't know, what you consider a mammal, I suppose. Where you draw the line. Anywho, excuse me, to get to cats and rats, they're both a kind of placental mammal. They're a kind of Boroeutherian. And yeah, it really is here within the base of Boroeutheria that you have their last common ancestor. So I'll show you. It'll be right here that the two branches split. So we can use this feature. Genus Rattus, which is the black rat, and Felis catus. This sounds like a joke, but it's not. The domestic cat. Its genus and species name really is Felis catus. Not the most creative, but delivers what it promises. Anyway, they last shared a common ancestor 85 million years ago. So in the grand scheme of things, they're very, very close. You know? When we're going back to, like, the dawn of life on Earth, cats and rats have been, you know, they've had the same evolutionary path until very recently that they split. Just back during the Cretaceous period, 85 million years ago. Yeah. That makes sense? Anyway. Gene landed. Sure, yeah. Yeah. Well, look at that tail going back and forth. You were just so eager for attention today, you know that? You really are. You really are. Huh. There we go. And Darius Majewski says, so house cats have completely speciated from their wild ancestors? I think their wild ancestors are probably extinct. So they're, I think, the closest living relative of the domestic cat today is like a Arabian sand cat or something. Let's see. No, wild cat. There we go. Felis sylvestris. Okay. Oh, never mind. European wildcat? Huh. Evolution of the domestic cat. The domestic cat and its closest wild ancestor are both diploid and possess 38 chromosomes, 20,000 genes. Wild members of this genus evolved through sympatric or parapatric speciation, whereas the domestic cat evolved through artificial selection. Huh. Huh. I want to say that cats are thought to have been domesticated in northern Africa. Like in or around Egypt. Yeah, there we go. Domestication of the cat. Domestic cat originated in Near Eastern and Egyptian populations of the African wildcat, which is still around. Okay. So the ancestor of the modern cat would have looked a lot like this. This is a modern example of the African wildcat. Probably looks pretty similar to some of the cats who are living in some houses also occupied by some of the viewers right now. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Let's see. But yeah, anyway. Was there another question here? Oh, it was, what was the common ancestor of the excuse me, of Boreoeutherians? What would that look like? It would have looked something kind of like this, some kind of little shrewy guy. Something kind of like this. It's hard to say. We don't have a great record of mammals during the Mesozoic, during the Age of Dinosaurs. But the skeleton would have looked something kind of like this. Would have been a little mousy, shrewy kind of guy. Something vaguely looking like that. If that makes sense. That's what most mammals looked like during the Age of Dinosaurs, honestly, so... yeah. Hope that makes sense. Yeah. Anyhow. And Monix says, I'd like to know how many teeth a Tyrannosaurus has. And do I like dogs too? Sure, yeah. Yeah. Wait, do you like dogs, Sweetie Pie? She goes, I don't think I've ever eaten a dog. No. I don't eat animals at all, Sweetie Pie, so... yeah. You got all this hair around your transponder on your tag. Can I pull some of that off? It's gross. It's like crusted on with dried saliva. That's gross, Sweetie Pie. Ugh, I gotta wash my hands. I do like dogs. Yeah, I like most kinds of animals. And the animals that I am not particularly fond of, I'm a little embarrassed that I am squicked out by them. A lot of invertebrates I'm hesitant to touch or get too close to. But I find that to be kind of a shameful thing. I should be excited about lots of different, about all different kinds of animals, you know? Anyhow, but I like dogs a lot. I like spending time with dogs. Let me go wash my hands real quick. Ugh. Right back. Here we go. Yeah. Excuse me. And Raptor Maid says, what did dogs look like at the Age of Dinosaurs? There were no dogs. Again, when I was talking about the common ancestor of rats and cats, that's also the same ancestor of dogs, too. So the ancestor of dogs and rats and cats basically would have looked like this. There were no dogs during the Age of Dinosaurs. Mammals were uniformly pretty small. Most of them were tiny. And most of them looked like shrews or mice or rats or possums or what have you. You know? This is basically the body plan for a mammal during the Age of Dinosaurs. So there were no dogs, no whales, no bats, no camels, no horses, no cows. And there were no rats either. This is not a rat. Rats hadn't evolved yet. There were no rodents during the Age of Dinosaurs. They hadn't evolved yet. This is just something that looks vaguely like a rat, or at least when we're drawing pictures of these animals, we often kind of draw what we know. So we're like, oh, it looks kind of small like a mouse. I'm going to draw it like a mouse or a rat. That's where I think a lot of this comes from, is like, you know, it should probably look a little weirder than that. But I like this illustration here, Zolambdolestes. Yeah. But it almost seems a little bit too robust. Like, this animal should seem more slight, more delicate, more small and wispy, almost, you know? Yeah, but it is a popular shape for mammals, and Alligator, the reason for that is this was like the original mammal body plan. And this is the way that most mammals stayed for the majority of mammal history. I just got a book in the mail the other day that I'm eager to show you that illustrates this point. It's a book about Mesozoic mammals, and it is called Mesozoic Mammals. The first 2/3 of mammalian history. So even though today we have lots of different kinds of mammals in many sizes and shapes, mammals. This is everything from rhinos to whales, from opossums to sea lions. You know, mammals today come in a lot of shapes and sizes. We are mammals, and so are manatees, so are lions, you know, so are platypus. Mammals. They're all over the place nowadays. Lots of different variety, shapes and sizes of mammals, from scaled pangolins to stripy horses like zebras to foxes and badgers and gibbons and all kinds of critters like that. Raccoons. But for the majority, for, again, 2/3 of mammalian history, and for 2/3 of mammalian history, I mean, I want to show this to you. We're here today at the very top of this. This is a geological time scale, chronostratigraphic chart. So 0 million years ago is today. The Cenozoic era is the age of mammals. So from 66 million years ago until the present, this is when mammals ruled the earth after the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are still around, we just call them birds. But anyway, the big land animals walking around today are mostly mammals. But the thing is, mammals first evolved back during the late Triassic, or depending on how you count it, maybe the earliest Jurassic. So for the majority of mammals' time on Earth, they were not the big things walking around. They were tiny little shrew-like guys, just trying to survive in a world ruled by dinosaurs. So for the majority of mammals' time on our planet, they were small, mostly vaguely kind of mouse-shaped, for the most part. And yeah, it wasn't until the KPG extinction when that asteroid hit. Google Images needs to get some better. It'd be decent there if it were larger, but anyway. It wasn't until the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs that mammals had a chance to actually take over the earth and expand in size and in body shape variety and stuff like that. Yeah. But yeah, they were survivors and hiders. There you go, Lost Geo. Yeah. Yeah. And Starmie, I mean, Repenomamus is the exception to the rule there, you know? It's like me saying, well, you know, most mammals give birth to live young. And you go, well, platypus would like to speak to... Well, that's why I said most mammals, you know? So, yeah. Anyhow. Eclipsophonis' T-Rex doing what he does best. Roaring in a dramatic fashion? I guess so. Did they really do this in real life? I don't know, but they're certainly always doing it in the movies. Yeah. Screaming at the future, Mrs. Clairvaux. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Anywho. Excuse me. Going through my agenda for today. I haven't talked about this at all. Shoot. One of the reasons I'm really hoping that I'm feeling 100% ASAP is, I guess I'm going to a special event this weekend in Anaheim, California. I'm going down south. Of course, I live in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. This is considered Northern California. Which is kind of funny, because if you were to divide the state into thirds, this would be in the central third, but whatever. But I'm going down south to Anaheim.
What fun, playing tag with Rick Warnagon.
Danny,
And-
greetings from Spain's
Oh,
Mountain
Monix.
I'd
Yeah.
like to know if you've always liked dinosaurs since you were little? Or how did your interest in them begin?
I did always like dinosaurs since I was little. In fact, I can't remember a time when I wasn't, like, obsessed with dinosaurs. It's a super early thing for me. It was always a childhood dream of mine to become a paleontologist. At least once I realized that I couldn't attain my original goal. Apparently, when I was really, really little, I wanted to grow up to be a dinosaur. And then it became clear that that wasn't gonna pan out. So I decided I'd do the next best thing and become a dinosaur paleontologist. Here we are today. So yeah. Thank you for the 100 bits there, Monix. I appreciate that. Yeah. And yeah, I guess I'm going to this. Come on, YouTube. You could do it.
WonderCon is back at the Anaheim Convention Center. The event produced by Comic-Con International brings over, 50,000 fans together to share their passions for comic books, sci-fi, anime cosplay, and film culture. This year, there are more than 900 exhibitors and a special 25th anniversary celebration with the director of The Emperor's New Groove.
I love getting to dig inside my character and figure out what articles of clothing would look best on them, trying to find my own interpretation of the character.
Her hair matches Melissa's dress.
Yeah, we were just observing that.
Happening through Sunday at the Anaheim Convention Center.
I especially like that part at the end. All right.
I'm going to be on a panel. I've been invited to a special, paleontology and pop culture panel at WonderCon this year. Stuart Samita, the president of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, is organizing this panel and invited me to come along and kind of help MC things a little bit. So I'm very excited about that. More details will follow, but this is going to be at, I think, 5:30 p.m. on Saturday at WonderCon, so I got to make sure I get my butt down there. But I'm excited about it. So we've got a number of other people on the panel. People who have worked for DreamWorks Animation. People who have worked in other pop culture stuff. There's a guy who worked on the How to Train Your Dragon series. The theme of the panel is paleontology and pop culture. How do we communicate ideas in fossil science through movies, comic books, video games, Twitch? What is the intersection between fossil science and popular culture? And what are the struggles that we have had as researchers or people trying to make these things authentic and realistic and believable and compelling. What are the challenges that we've had in doing that when you're dealing with all of the other people working on a film or another project like that? So I'm excited about this. It's going to be pretty cool. Not something that I would normally do. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be pretty cool. So yeah. And now I take my Velociraptor friend. I don't know, Toilegator. We'll see about that. I'm going to be down there by myself. I don't have any kind of a support team. And I'm not 100% sure I could even wrangle Velia just by myself. You know? I'm not going to be streaming from there. Because again, I don't really have any support here. And I don't have mobile data. I'm guessing they don't have, like, free internet there. Usually at a convention like that, they'll charge you like $60, $70 a day just to be able to use the internet at all, and it's really slow. So, yeah, it's going to be just like a quick weekend thing, but I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. So again, paleontologist Stuart Samita is organizing this. He's a professor at California State University, Santa Barbara, and he's done a lot of work with, excuse me, with animation studios, movie companies, with all kinds of stuff like that. So he's really an expert on this, on kind of the intersection between fossil science and film in particular. Another really noteworthy person is somebody whose work I've admired since I was a little kid. David Krentz. Dinosaur sculptor extraordinaire. I have been a huge fan of his work, of his sculptures in particular, since I was a little kid. I'm going to be there on the panel with him. So, very excited about that. Yeah. That'll be pretty neat. That'll be pretty neat. We'll have more information about that coming up. Let's just gonna check and see if... Oh, there we go. Yeah, Stuart Samita already shared this. He says, join us on March 28th at WonderCon, 5:30 p.m. for a panel Paleontology in Popular Media with Danny Anduza, David Krentz, Stuart Samita, Beth Rega, Eric Scott, and Evan Boucher. Pretty exciting. Here. The intersection between paleontology and pop culture is a particular interest of mine. Apologies, it's gonna get noisy for a second because I gotta type out an M dash and gotta use the soundboard buttons for that. Nope, it didn't work. Darn it. There we go. Sorry. Especially how paleontologists can help communicate our science to the wider world through media. If you're gonna be at... Here, I should check and see if there's like an official hashtag. Okay. There we go. Make sure you see our panel. There we go. There we go. Post. And here's a link to the original post if you want to help promote that. And here's my repost. There we go. Yeah. Cool. Anywho, yeah. And thank you, Ms. Art Rules. I'm hoping I'm feeling 100% better by then, too. It's a bit of a drive. From where I live down to the Anaheim Convention Center. Let's see here. Yeah, about 6.5 hours with no traffic. With much traffic, could be twice as long. I don't know about twice as long, but could be certainly longer. And I still gotta figure out whether I want to stay down there, if I'm just gonna drive down and drive back up, or we'll see. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And California is big. It's true, Craigery. Yeah. Big geographically, big in terms of population, big in terms of economy and cultural influence, everything else. California's a lot. It really is. Yeah. And New Age Doom says, what era is your favorite in particular to learn about from a paleontological standpoint? Pretty much all of my work is in the Mesozoic, New Age Doom, so definitely the Mesozoic era. The Age of Dinosaurs. Or the Age of Reptiles, depending on how you want to look at it. But, yeah. The Mesozoic era, by far, the most interesting to me. I've done a lot of work at Cretaceous sites. The Judith River Formation, the Hell Creek Formation, the Almond Formation, the Cedar Mountain Formation are kind of my 4 big ones that I've worked in. But I've also done a little bit of work in the Mojave Formation from the lowermost Jurassic period. I've not really done any Triassic work yet. It'd be nice to do that at some point, but I don't know if that's going to happen this year. We'll have to see. But yeah. Yeah, definitely a Mesozoic guy. Anyhow. And Carnial Pluvial episode was wild. That's what happens when you throw a bunch of particulate matter up into the air in a really short amount of time. You get wild climatic changes like we're currently seeing right now on our planet due to all this pollution we're throwing up into the atmosphere. All these greenhouse gases really messing things up. So yeah. Anyhow. In Big Bear, what's Big Bear in circles? Big Bear Lake?
Maybe there's even dinosaurs.
I doubt there's dinosaurs in there, but I don't know what the local geology is. My Southern California geography is not tremendous. Put it that way. I don't know a great deal about Southern California geology. Anyhow, yeah. east of LA. Yeah, gotcha, Claire. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure there are fossils around there. If there are sedimentary rocks, chances are there will be fossils, but a lot of sedimentary rocks are literally made of fossils. If we're thinking about things like, calcareous rocks is usually made from fossils, from the tiny shells of marine microorganisms. The White Cliffs of Dover are literally made of fossils, as I understand it. Like, are there fossils here? Yeah, it's made of fossils. So yeah. Yeah. Talc, limestone, essentially. Exactly, Gojira, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Southern California botany. There you go, Diagonal, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And New Age Doom says favorites are early Triassic and early Cenozoic. Oh, interesting, yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is, New Age Doom, most of the geological time periods that we have, we distinguish them based on, well, they were originally named and designated based on turnover events. So, the fossils in, say, the Paleogene are very different from the Cretaceous. This is one of those turnovers that you were talking about. That's why these were named as different times in the first place. As some of the first people scientifically studying the rocks realized, oh shoot, there's a big change that happened here. That's true of the Jurassic into the Cretaceous, of the Triassic into the Jurassic, or especially the Permian into the Triassic, but each one of these marks a big change. I don't know if there are any, like, period boundaries like this that don't also mark, like, an extinction event. Some of these are certainly bigger than others, but yeah, this was like a really early thing. From the very beginning of the, like, serious study of geology. Here.
Georges Cuvier was a French scientist in the 19th century who was an expert at comparing animal species by their bones. One day, he noticed something strange. Some of the fossil bones he was studying didn't quite match those of animals that were alive in his day.
So this was a big deal because at the time, people who were finding bones buried in the ground, they're like, oh yeah, you find bones, whatever. They must be of animals we know about already. But he carefully studied these things and he went, hang on, this doesn't look like anything at all today. And this was a dangerous idea at the time.
Discovery was very puzzling. In Cuvier's time, most people thought that all life had been created at once and had stayed the same through many, many generations up to the present day. Yep. Animals didn't change from one to another, and they certainly didn't disappear altogether. So where did these strange bones come from?
So, this is the thing, is that back then, at least in Europe, every educated, learned, important person said, oh yeah, well, animals are divine in nature. They were poofed into existence by a deity, and thus they have to be unchanging. And the idea that they could ever disappear, go extinct, completely vanish from the earth, is heresy. You couldn't say that kind of thing. Because that would mean that animals are natural? They're not a divine creation? And if they're not, then what does that say about us? And what does that say about human society and the rule of kings and all of these systems that we've put in place to oppress people and exploit people and animals and everything else? Like, well, if everything just arises naturally, then, well, then it would be chaos, right? If animals weren't poofed into existence by a deity, then maybe that means that that king who rules over us wasn't put in place by a deity either, and maybe everybody should have rights and be equal, you know? Like, this was a dangerous, dangerous idea at the time that Cuvier kind of stumbled upon. Thank you, S3RJI, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah.
To solve this puzzle, Cuvier got out of the museum and visited mines around Paris to study rocks and their fossils. He noticed that strange bones seemed to be buried deep in older rocks, and as you moved up through younger and younger rocks, they disappeared entirely. That gave him an idea. Some animals are not found today because they completely died out thousands, even millions of years ago, and the history of their appearance and disappearance is preserved in the rocks. Cuvier identified more than 24 of these extinct species, leading him to think about revolutions, dramatic periods when many animals went extinct, as an essential part of the history of life on Earth. Today, 5 mass extinctions are known to have occurred, and while we think of evolution as the main force that drives new adaptations and forms, mass extinction events also play a large role by creating ecological niches for different species to occupy.
Yep.
You might say that thanks to Cuvier, our knowledge of abrupt changes in the history of life is rock solid.
Anyway, this is an oversimplification here, but it's a good starting point. Here's a link to that video. But yeah. They met a kangaroo, which is not in the Bible. I mean, there's not very many critters are mentioned in the Bible, Luke Herman's gaming. You know? Like, kangaroos, opossums, any marsupial. There's not that many animals mentioned in the Bible, so I don't know if that was really like a real difficult concept for anybody. But unless we talk about biogeography, this idea that like, well, all animals had to come from the Garden of Eden originally. Like, so kangaroos hopped all the way to Australia and they didn't stop anywhere else? It's a little strange, isn't it? That was definitely a puzzling thing for some people. And that is one of the things that Darwin was thinking about a lot. And so was Alfred Russel Wallace. He started to realize that different critters only showed up in certain parts of the world. And it's because they arise naturally in those places. They evolved from earlier ancestors, and yeah, it was a big deal. Anywho, yeah. And yeah, New Age Doom. That is, evolutionary processes or selective pressures create whole new ecosystems. Absolutely, New Age Doom, yeah. That's the thing, is that, like, when a whole bunch of species go extinct, like when nearly everybody dies, those lucky survivors are able to look around them and go, it's free real estate, you know? We can go nuts. And so you get these adaptive radiations that occur. So like groups of animals that before used to be pretty rare or pretty like unimportant in an ecosystem. You don't find very many of them, and they're pretty small, and you know, they're there, but kind of barely. Suddenly, when all of their neighbors are dead, they go nuts and they diversify like crazy. And we see this again and again in the history of life on Earth. So, we talked about this before with birds many times. So here is a tree of life of birds. This is such a cool piece of work by Alberta Nikas, whom I was hanging out with a little bit at SVP this year. You see right here, a bunch of these lineages branch off right here. This is at the KPG boundary. So, at the end of the Age of Dinosaurs, when the asteroid hits and near, like 70-80% of life on Earth gets wiped out at the species level. The few lucky surviving bird species, suddenly it's free real estate. They can spread out into new habitats and do new things, and they just have really rapid evolution that occurs. And the majority of our modern bird groups trace their origins back to that one instant in time, which is really cool. So yeah. The common name and the taxa, bless whoever made this, is baby. Yeah, this is, it's really good. Here's a link. You can buy this as a poster, too. The Tree of Birds. You can buy it on Redbubble if you want to support the artist. There's a link. Good stuff. Really, really cool. Really, really, really cool. This is the first tree of its kind that I've seen here. And it also includes dinosaurs, too. Like the non-avian dinosaurs. What people on the bus would think of as dinosaurs when you ask them about dinosaurs. So the critters who are extinct are in black and white here. And this includes the non-bird dinosaurs here. Tyrannosaurs, and ceratosaurs, and coelophysoids, and stegosaurs, and ornithopods. Yeah. Pretty cool. Commander Caleb says, is there a tree of trees? There's a tree of everything, Commander Caleb. Again, all life on Earth, as far as we know, is descended from a single common ancestor. So yeah. Well, trees, though, it's kind of funny. There isn't really like a tree of trees, because trees are not a distinctive group. So like a bunch of the different things that we call trees. So, I don't know, let's go to oaks, for instance. Here's, oh, it's gonna take a while to get there. Shoot. Here, let's just pause this here. Plants are really interesting in that they're... The common understanding of how plants are related to each other, like, you talk to, again, your fellow passenger on the bus about how different plants are related to one another, and...
Let's protect our fossils, because
they might not
if they're removed,
have a clear understanding of that.
Forever.
I'm being charitable about this. My Little Hot Dog, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Yeah, check this out. This is super cool.
Did you know an oak tree is way more closely related to a pumpkin than they are to pine trees?
Yep.
Look, here are the oaks next to the pumpkins, and here are the pine trees all the way over here.
So, trees are not really a thing. Like, when we say a tree, it's like saying, oh, a luxury SUV. It's like, well, shoot, you have lots of different manufacturers make those. They're not related to each other. You know, you got your Lexus, you got your BMW, you got your Cadillac, you got your... It's sort of the same thing with tree, you know? It's like a category that we put things in. A category that non-scientists put things in, but they're not, it's not really a thing. They're not related to one another, you know?
Before I made this map, I thought that all of the trees evolved from each other. But it turns out the concept of a tree has evolved throughout history multiple times.
Yep.
In this Map of Plants video, I'm going to look at all of the different kinds of plants on Earth and how they're all related to each other. And I made this video with the help of the experts at the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew.
And Diagonal says that phylogeny has issues. I'm sure it does, yeah. I mean, plant phylogeny, I was talking with Cindy Louie about this at Berkeley a couple weeks ago. And, yeah, she's talking about some, like, there could be some major upsets in how we classify some of these groups of plants. Like, there's new molecular data coming out that shows that some of these long-standing groups might be a bit more... the evidence supporting them might not be as robust as people once thought. But yeah.
Here in London. And like all of my map videos, the poster's available on my website, dustmaps.com, as well as all of our Professor AstroCat books. So if you want to get your hands on it, that's where to go. In this map, I found the most sensible way of organising all of the plants was by how they've evolved. So this map is really an evolutionary tree of all plant life based on our current understanding. And
this might not be super current either, because this came out how long ago? 2 years ago, which it might be long enough ago that some of this is now out of date. But in broad strokes, this is going to be largely true, I think. What I'm always most interested in is the, well, what we call gymnosperms, which is like trees, and that they're not actually all related to one another, but they're kind of grouped together for convenience sake based on them not being angiosperms. They're not flowering plants, you know? It's like if you were to come up with a group of animals and you call them, you know, the knot whales. It's like everything that's not a whale is a knot whale. So hedgehogs and ladybugs and squirrels and Komodo dragons. These are all the knot whales, you know? It's like, that's kind of what gymnosperms is, right?
Start at the beginning with the most ancient plants, algae.
Yeah.
Algae is a name you...
Anywho, but where's our seed plants and gymnosperms?
Some nutritive tissue and an outer protective covering.
Yeah.
First, let's look at the gymnosperms, which today...
And Diagonal says the flowering plants are okay in that diagram. The seedless plants and algae are a disaster. Interesting. Okay.
They comprise the major groups of
trust you there.
cycads,
Yeah.
ginkgo,
Cycads!
lemon, and conifers like pines and spruces. These first appear in the fossil record at around 390 million years ago. Gymnosperms reproduce through cones, which come in male and female forms. Male cones produce pollen, while female cones contain ovules that develop into seeds upon fertilization. And these are known as naked seeds because they're not covered in anything like a fruit or a hard shell.
Anyway, yeah. Here's a link to this if you want to watch the rest of it. But, yeah. Cool stuff. I don't know enough about plant phylogeny. I'm not a botanist. I've picked up a few things here and there, but that is not my area of specialty. I am not an expert on this. Arthurgon says, so I see insects, spiders, dinosaurs, birds, etc., but I never see snakes. Were there no snakes back then? By back then, do you mean during the Mesozoic era? During the age of dinosaurs? Because that is when snakes got their start. So, yeah. Critters like Najash is an early snake. It still had legs, which is pretty cool. And that might not have been a good representation. But these critters lived in the Cretaceous. There's those little legs on the either side of the spinal column. Pretty cool. Anyway, so snakes show up about halfway through the age of dinosaurs. They're, around the same time that flowering plants do, actually. Come to think of it. Yeah, PBS Eons has a good video about this here. I'll I'll share this with you as well.
90 million years ago, a stealthy predator slipped in and out of burrows that it dug in the shadows of the dinosaurs in what would later become Argentina. Today, this creature is known as Najash, named after a monstrous biblical snake, and for the most part, it had all the classic traits that you expect a snake to have, like a long, sinuous body and ribs for days. But this ancient snake also...
As we often say,
gotta have them ribs.
Oh yeah.
had legs, which sounds weird, right? Like a snake with limbs? But what's even stranger about this creature is we are not at all sure where it came from. Okay, first, let me answer the question that's probably on your mind already. Yes, Najash is considered a true snake, even though it had legs. 2 of them toward the back of its body. It's one of the earliest known snakes in the fossil record found with limbs intact, but it...
Which makes sense. Snakes evolved from earlier lizards. Snakes are, strictly speaking, a kind of lizard. They're like a branch of the lizard family tree that lost their limbs, and this has happened a bunch of times throughout the history of life on Earth. We've got like, might be close to a dozen different legless lizard lineages today. Talked about this on stream many times, actually.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Thabialine, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So there's a bunch of different legless lizards, not just snakes. Snakes are the most well-known group of lizards that lost their legs. But it's happened a bunch of other times since then. Different families of lizards have lost their legs, and they're not snakes. All snakes evolved from a common ancestor. Snakes were like an event that happened, and then you have other groups of lizards that subsequently also lost their legs too. So holy cow. Members of Anguinae, commonly called glass lizards, or glass snakes, even though they're not snakes. Anyway, Cordylidae, Pygopotidae, Dibamidae. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 with the emphas. And there's 6 families of them, so what did I say, 9? So at least 9 times this has happened, but it may be... These are just the groups that are around today. There are, I'm sure, other groups that evolved and then went extinct we probably don't even know about yet. So pretty cool to think about. Legless lizards. Snakes are not the only ones. But yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, not all legless lizards are snakes? Exactly, yeah. You can usually tell by the head. So legless lizards generally will have an ear opening. So there are no snake species today that have like an external ear, a hole for the ear. A lot of legless lizards will have that, and they often have eyelids that work too. Snakes don't do that. Snakes do not blink. They can't. They don't have movable eyelids. Legless lizards do. So if you ever see a snake winking at you, that's not a snake. It's a different kind of legless lizard. If that makes sense. But yeah. All snakes are noodles, but not all noodles are snakes. There you go, Toilet Gator, yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Commander Caleb. Super old stuff had conclusions that were made with less sophisticated instrumentation. Absolutely, yeah. There are estimates about how old the Earth was that were way off the mark because people didn't have a good way of measuring that. Or they thought they'd come up with clever methods to determine how old the Earth is, and it turns out they were missing really important stuff. So, that's definitely a thing. Yeah. And there you go, Ozzy. Yeah, I think that's probably an amphisbaenid. Blind snake, Ozzy, which is not actually a snake. Yeah. see. Well, anyway, this video kind of helps explain the snakes versus legless lizards kind of deal here. Check it out. Apologies to anybody watching this later on YouTube. You won't be able to hear the audio here. It's a National Geographic video, and they tend to be very, like, copyright litigious. It's not a worm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Evolved. Yep. Mm-hmm. Why do you think the lizards are limited by prey size? Does anybody have any ideas there? Why do you think there's limitations on the size of the stuff they can eat? And there you go, Michael17. Yes, indeed. Ding, ding, ding. Yep. Legless lizards don't have that. So this is a legless lizard here. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Little spurs there. Pretty cool. Here's a link to that video there. And thank you, Michael17, for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. And Arthur Gunn says, are snakes and lizards also reptiles? Yeah. Yeah, they are. Yeah, so we can find them on our Tree of Life here. So, snakes are a kind of lizard, and lizards are a kind of reptile. Let's look up Sauropsida, the reptiles. The reptiles. Yeah, and yeah, birds are a kind of reptile too. It's true. So, here we have bony vertebrates, animals that have bones. And you keep getting more and more specific over here. You follow this path, get to the amniotes, which is critters that ancestrally laid amniotic eggs. Some of them stopped doing that, like a lot of the mammals. A lot of mammals don't lay eggs anymore. But over here are the sauropsids, aka the reptiles. This includes crocodiles, lizards, snakes, and penguins? What? Yeah. Penguins are a kind of bird. Birds are a kind of dinosaur. Dinosaurs are a kind of reptile. Yeah. Cosmocrat says, but birds are warm-blooded. A lot of reptiles are warm-blooded. Yeah. Birds, a lot of dinosaurs. We have good evidence that critters like plesiosaurs were warm-blooded. And you could even make an argument that some living non-bird reptiles are warm-blooded? What's an example of one that I talk about a lot, chat? I wonder. Indeed, the leatherback turtle. This is a turtle that swims around in waters that we would freeze to death in. They've been photographed swimming in between icebergs and stuff like that, but up in the Aleutian Islands of Alaska and like the North Sea north of Norway. They have a body temperature that's way higher than the surrounding water. Despite being, we would think of them as being cold-blooded, they can generate their own body heat through muscle action and probably not, but maybe like an internal metabolism kind of thing too. So anyway, the whole like cold-blooded versus warm-blooded dichotomy is not what it seems to be. Yeah. So anyway, with the sauropsids, you can go left or right here. You can go to the archelosaurs. This is birds, turtles, and crocs, and dinosaurs, obviously. This tree doesn't really like to show you extinct groups, but the dinosaurs should be right here. That's what birds evolved from. But if you take a right over here, you get to the lepidosaurs. This is the lizards plus the tuatara, who looks like a lizard, but we don't call a lizard. It's kind of a long story, but yeah. And then you get to the squamates. This is lizards, including snakes. So they are a kind of sauropsid, reptile. Sauropsida that's reptiles. I can show you. Sauropsida is a clade of amniotes broadly equivalent to the class Reptilia. Yeah. So it includes modern and extinct reptiles, including birds. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Jumperer says, did the aliens made the dinosaurs? I don't think so, no. Maybe the dinosaurs made the aliens, though. Given that we don't really know about any aliens. Maybe you made the aliens. And you're hiding them from us, you know? I don't know. As a scientist, like, my job is to follow the evidence where it leads. And if there's no real, like, evidence to look at, then we're kind of don't have anywhere to go with that, you know? So, yeah. Anywho. But we could talk about metabolism a little bit if you'd like to, chat. Yeah. But yeah, here. Cold and warm-blooded. Oftentimes, nature tends to be much more complex and interesting and complicated than we give it credit for. We as human beings love to take nature and try and force it into neat little boxes. I talk about this all the time here on stream. But nature is often much more complex than that.
With 6-inch daggers for
thank you, hello, for the
he was
follow.
The terror of his neighborhood.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Here, let's take a look at this video. And Cold Drake says, the DID find and rock from space that had DNA strands buried in it. So those weren't DNA strands, Cold Drake. I saw this headline too. Those are just some of the basic, like, components that you can use to... that DNA is made from. Here. I really wish some of these headlines were a bit better written. Samples from distant asteroid contain all DNA and RNA building blocks. So what they're saying is that, like, some of the basic chemical components that you can find in DNA were in these, but it's like, it's kind of like saying, oh, well, we discovered the kitchen is full of muffins. It's like, well, are there any actual muffins? No, there's some sugar over here, there's some butter in the fridge, there's some blueberries over there on the counter. That's kind of what we're talking about here. So yeah. We keep finding the raw material of DNA in asteroids. What's it telling us? You can read about that here if you'd like to. I'm not going to go into it in great detail, because this, again, is outside my area of expertise. I'm mostly a dinosaur guy, and I'm starting to get involved with leatherback turtles as well. I'm not an astrobiologist. I'm not a chemist. Yeah. So anywho, yeah. And Sweetie Pie, you're back again. My goodness. How many times is that today? How boring is the rest of the house right now? You keep coming back here. Anyway, I can't. Your tail's in the way. I can't see. There we go. Okay. Well, let's. Can't use my stream deck because you're standing in front of it. So let's find it in. There we go. Pause. Play.
You probably learned that there are two types of animals: warm-blooded ones, which.
Oh, hang on. I really like the. Somebody carved the cool S into the desk here. That's funny. I like that. And how you doing, Filippo? Is Filippo here? Yeah, we're talking about dinosaurs here. I mean, we're kind of talking about biological complexity and how terms like warm or cold-blooded are a little bit oversimplified.
You
but
probably learned that there are two types of animals: warm-blooded ones, which generate heat internally and therefore keep their bodies at a consistent temperature, and cold-blooded ones, which rely on the environment for heat and therefore have body temperatures that fluctuate.
I do have some good mods, Monix. Absolutely.
I'm David,
the best.
and this is Minute Earth. When you try to actually categorize animals by their temperature regulation strategies, they don't fit neatly.
The field is narrow to what we understand.
Art Rosso, thank you for the follow.
We stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
I appreciate that. Thank you for following. Welcome. How are you doing? Hi. Yeah. What's up with you? Looking for some attention. Yeah. Oh, no. You're drooling on me. Drooling all over the place. You're gross. You're gross. What are you doing that for? Yeah. Needy pines, says Murph. I guess so, yeah. Yeah. And Coldrake, no, felines did not come from dinosaurs. They're mammals, so they're from a totally different branch on the tree. They're she just loves pushing this camera around, you know? It's like her favorite thing. What are you doing that for? What are you doing that for? So again, mammals are part of clades Synapsida. They are not reptiles. Again, the way that we classify living things is based on what they evolved from. So mammals are over here. Mammals. So cats are part of this group, and so are we as human beings. reptiles are over here. So both mammals and reptiles evolved from the earliest amniotes. Dinosaurs would be right here on the tree. It doesn't have dinosaurs. All it has is birds, which are dinosaurs. Because this tree doesn't really show big extinct groups. But anyway, the point is, mammals and reptiles, aka sauropsids, they are two different groups, you know? So yeah. But yeah, an Arthrogon. Oh, and I appreciate that, Arthrogon. Hey, shoot, I mean, I've been tremendously lucky to be here on Twitch and be able to make my living doing this. Like, this is literally how I pay the bills. I'm really grateful to the folks who run this platform because it's given me a wonderful opportunity to reach a wide audience. And we've been able to fund a whole bunch of important science doing this. Like, we've had a whole bunch of field work in Wyoming and in Utah that we've been able to fund through this community. So sure, it'd be nice to have a front page spot more often, but super lucky in that as a paleontologist, as a scientist, and thank you, Gucci Bafuji, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that support. Thank you, thank you. I'm incredibly lucky that I don't have to, like, spend 80% of my waking hours writing grant proposals, especially in our current climate where science is being so... it's being defunded left and right, especially here in the United States, but in other parts of the world too. I don't have to worry about a lot of the bureaucracy that a lot of my colleagues have to work with. They have to jump through so many hoops just to be able to do their jobs. I don't have to do that here. I get to do science outreach and talk to people about science and show them how paleontology works firsthand. And I get paid to do that. Like, that's kind of incredible. And it's been really cool, like, having some, on occasion, some, like, special support from the folks at Twitch. Like, I applied for the ambassador program, and I got it. I made an official Twitch ambassador. Hence the little kind of multicolor bluish purplish check mark instead of just the typical purple partner check mark. That was a big deal for me, you know? And here we go on the official Twitch Instagram here.
I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
It's such a privilege
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses.
To have this, like,
excavating these fossils.
stamp of approval from Twitch. It's nice, you know? Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. Pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. And dino DNA, we don't have any non-avian dinosaur DNA, so I think they thought, oh, this is a line from Jurassic Park, we'll throw that in there. Anyway. I would have put, like, let's dig up some dinosaurs or something. It's a better description of what I do. But anyway, yeah. Would it be nice to have more front page time? Absolutely. But, like, every streamer on Twitch wants to be on the front page, and I can't be like, well, you know, I'm special, so you should put me on the front page on a permanent basis. Like, I'm not gonna do that. I have to remind myself to be grateful for what I have, and it's been really cool being able to go to official events, like at TwitchCon and stuff like that, and be able to talk to Twitch staff and have them listen to what I say. Like, it's a big privilege, and I'm grateful for that, you know? I mean, for crying out loud, we've got like...
The extinction of dinosaurs is the absolute prerequisite.
Thank you, Moosite, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate that. We've been having a bunch of new follows today, and our viewership has been fluctuating between like 200 and 300 viewers, depending on what the... It's funny how the counter moves around like that. But like, that's really good for science on Twitch. Like... One of the things I've been kind of surprised by is how many folks are surprised that there is a science and technology category on Twitch, you know? And here we are at the very top of it right now. Top of the category. Oh, we're getting some Dannyception here. Nice. A lot of the Twitch staff that I talk to, people who have worked at the company for years, they didn't know that there is a science and technology section, a category. So I guess this would be like the equivalent to like a game, like if you're playing, what's a game that all the kids play today? Something like Pong. You know, that's a category. You know, we could look up Pong. And oh, maybe it's not. Jurassic World Evolution 3, let's say. There we go. There is a science and technology category. It would be kind of cool if Twitch did a better job of promoting this, even like to their own staff, but I gotta remind myself, I can't complain. I'm living the dream right now. I'm self-employed as a paleontologist, getting paid through subscriptions and in gifts and cheering. I make my living doing this. I don't have a boss. I get to do science outreach full-time and get paid to do it. That's extraordinary. And when I tell my colleagues about this, when I go to conferences or when I'm doing field work and I'm talking with other paleontologists, other fossil researchers, and I tell them what I do, they're like, wait, you mean you don't have to spend all day in committee meetings? How many days per week do you spend writing grant proposals? And I say, well, none. You know, I do outreach full time. They're like, you get paid to do outreach? The dean of your department doesn't, the dean of your college doesn't yell at you for doing outreach? Like, no, that's how I make my living. I'm incredibly lucky, and I don't ever want to forget that, you know? I don't ever want to get jaded about this. So yeah. And you have mad communicator skills. Sometimes I get mad, Gojira, but you know, I like to think of it as righteous. No, I know what you mean. Yeah. No, I appreciate that compliment, Gojira. Thank you. I don't know. It's been... I've had a lot of like weird jobs that have led up to where I am. I've built up a lot of seemingly unrelated skills that all just kind of coalesced into being able to do this here on Twitch, you know? I'm very lucky that different things in my life have led up to this point where I had kind of the right tools in the toolbox to be able to do outreach like this online full-time. So yeah. Coldrake says it's the beard gets him far. I could shave it off and I don't think I would fail. I'll put it that way. But yeah. You have love and a goal and they dovetailed. You're right. Absolutely yes. That's it. That's it right there. And I'm incredibly lucky that I get to do what I love, and the passion that I have for this is what drives me. And I'm really lucky in that it resonates with people, you know? Because that's the thing, is that, like, I don't know, the way that society is organized, for so many people, the thing that they're passionate about, if they're lucky enough to have a passion and not have that just beaten out of them, because our society does have a tendency to just, especially around like adolescence, when kids are like late middle school, early high school, it's like, oh, here's this pure joy and passion that you have for something, like a sincere, earnest interest, something that is true and beautiful. You can't have that. What would your friends think? Don't you want to be popular, you know? Peer pressure is the most important thing in the world. Like, that's kind of just... That's a common theme. Any teachers here in the chat know what I'm talking about. Like, they've seen this in students, and that it's awful. Like, we should have systems in place to help nurture those passions in people and make them not just acceptable, but something worth celebrating and cultivating, and grow something into its full potential, you know? That passion is like the most precious thing in the world. Guard it jealously and nurture it. Anyway, if somebody is lucky enough to be able to maintain that passion over time, generally that's not something that's rewarded monetarily in modern society, you know? Who are like the best paid people in our world today? Is it the people who have real passion, expertise, knowledge, and people who have pursued something as far as it'll go? Your artists, your scientists, your poets, like, no, those are the people who are barely scraping by if they're able to make a living at all. The people who are making all the money are the people who are the most ruthless, the least creative, the most cutthroat, and often like the least intelligent. I mean, we're talking about like business leaders, you know? You already know all this stuff. Why am I even saying this? But yeah. Anyhow, I point this, I'm incredibly lucky to be where I am, and I never want to forget that. It's such a privilege to be here and to be able to talk about natural history with all of you. So yeah. They have a passion for hoarding money and screwing people over, but it makes them miserable, Elias. That's the thing, is that these people are not happy. It's like having a terminal disease that won't ever kill you. It just makes you miserable and makes other people miserable, and it's like having a never-ending, non-fatal cancer. You just have to keep growing and growing and growing those cancer cells, that bank account. You just have to keep growing it forever. And it just robs all the meaning of your life, you know? People here in the chat, some of you know this, like, if you ever spent any time with, like, extraordinarily wealthy people, they're usually the least happy people you will ever meet in your life. Something about that drive of endless acquisition just robs you of any and all joy in your life. Those people need help. Like, there's a cure to this. It's like, take away their money. But anyway, don't get me started. I'm already started. Let's get back to natural history here. And let's see here. Murph says the most miserable person I've ever met was by far the richest. There you go. Yeah. There you go, Luna Syria. I get that reference now. Anyhow. How far did we manage to get into this video? 21 seconds in. Let's restart it. There we go.
You probably learned that there are two types of animals. Warm-blooded ones, which generate heat internally and therefore keep their bodies at a consistent temperature.
Oh, and I appreciate you, Yogurt Garrel. Can we get a shout out for Yogurt Garrel, by the way? Who does some really cool, earnest, getting in touch with nature type streams. Go follow Yogurt Garrel and watch her nature walk streams, because they are super cool. Yogurt Garrel is an awesome person. I've been lucky enough to spend multiple Twitch cons, like see her in person, and she's super cool. You should give her a follow right now. Oh, and very cool, Dinosaur Dave. We don't normally watch TikTok here on Twitch. It seems like when we look at that sort of thing, it screws up the YouTube VOD. But we've got a new Elasmosaur. Well, excavating a pterosaur. That's cool, Dinosaur Dave. Hang on a sec. Do we have here? Anything yet? We'll take a look at that when we have stuff that's not on TikTok, I guess. But I appreciate the heads up, Dinosaur Dave. Anywho. And exactly right, Gojira. Yeah, the TikTok music tends to trip the copyright bot a lot, and even just like, I don't know what it is about how the videos are encoded, but when it shows up on YouTube, it often kind of borks things. Anyway, let's start this over.
You probably learned that there are two types of animals. Warm-blooded ones, which generate heat internally and therefore keep their bodies at a consistent temperature, and cold-blooded ones, which rely on the environment for heat and therefore have body temperatures that fluctuate. But that's basically wrong.
Yep.
I'm David, and this is Minute Earth. When you try to actually categorize animals by their temperature regulation strategies, they don't fit neatly into two buckets. Let's take a look at how animals generate their heat. Mammals like humans and bears and hedgehogs mostly generate their heat internally, putting them over here. But other mammals, like naked mole rats, have mostly lost that ability because they live in underground chambers with natural year-round climate control. So let's put them over here.
So that is a mammal, but it is not really warm-blooded? Really?
And while many reptiles and invertebrates and fish have to get most of their heat from their surroundings, and thus go here.
Leatherback turtles, they actually like sort of change their metabolism through ontogeny. And that's something that I'm eager to talk about with some leatherback turtle experts here on Twitch at some point soon, because they are able to generate body heat internally, maybe more so than a naked mole rat. So it's funny that they put leatherback turtle here. Any other sea turtle species would have probably been a better choice. Leatherback is the one that you can't put here, but
some, like honeybees and tuna, can also use their powerful muscles to generate heat internally, so they go closer to the middle.
And yeah, so leatherback turtles do this about as much as tuna do, or maybe more.
Honeybees can actually generate so much internal heat that they can collectively cook invading hornets. So how animals generate heat is way less of a split than a spectrum. But
Yep. Most things in nature are like this. Rather than being a binary, it is much more of a spectrum, you know?
the ostensible purpose of being warm-blooded, that you'd keep your internal body temperature consistent, doesn't hold true either. Even though a bear generates its own body heat, when it hunkers down for the winter, its body temperature drops. So we need to add another dimension.
Serious game of paleontology.
And Just Dabian, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And yeah, Reiko says nature is infamously not categorical. Once again, Rhacodactylus speaks the truth there. Appreciate you, Reiko. I hope you had a good weekend. It's good to see you.
To really represent all the different temperature regulation strategies out there. And immediately you can see things get even more complicated. This chart allows us to show that some so-called warm-blooded animals, like hedgehogs...
Oh, and hang on a second. Well, thank you to whoever just gifted that sub to Rhacodactylus. Reiko, again, I
gifted a tier 1 sub to
hope you're doing well,
Raku_Dactylus.
If anybody's not yet following Rhacodactylus, what are you doing? You're missing out. So Reiko, like me, is a scientist here on Twitch. He does science outreach on Wednesdays usually. And Reiko, I felt really bad that I couldn't raid in on Wednesday. I didn't stream. I'd been having this ear infection and it's still going on. Mostly feeling better, but still can't hear out of this ear, and hopefully the antibiotics do their thing soon and my eustachian tube clears out. But what were you talking about this past Wednesday, if you don't mind my asking? If you wouldn't mind doing a little self-promo, letting people know why they should follow you. It's good to see you as always, Reiko.
Dogs occasionally let their body temperatures drop even further than bears do, to almost freezing. And that the body temperatures of some so-called cold-blooded animals barely change at all. Leatherback turtles, for instance, are so massive that they don't lose much heat no matter where they are. And you can even see that your human...
Well, and they're also generating heat through muscle action, too.
Body temperature isn't always constant.
So I guess it does make sense that they put leatherback turtles here to less varied than that of naked bull rats. I don't know. I'm being very actually about leatherback turtles because this is a recent pronounced fascination of mine, I should say. But yeah. Oh, and very cool, Reiko. Oh, shoot. That's a really important topic. I wish I could have been there for that. Darn. Yeah, Reiko does a lot of like philosophy of science kind of stuff. So if you're interested in like the nuts and bolts of what science is all about and how science is a very human endeavor and what are the best practices for doing science? What are pitfalls that we should avoid? If that's the sort of thing that fascinates you, you need to follow Rhacodactylus right now because this is the exact sort of thing that he talks about on Wednesdays. Anywho, yeah. And I feel like I need to show this video too. This is the animal that I keep talking about. Leatherback turtles are absolutely extraordinary animals. Superlative in almost every way. World's largest living turtle. One of the largest reptiles in the world. Probably the widest ranging reptile on the planet. Birds included. They have the longest migration of any air-breathing aquatic animal. They lay the largest volume of eggs of any critter on the entire planet. They have a lineage that goes back to the Cretaceous period. They are like a Mesozoic marine reptile that survived into the present because they literally are. They're amazing in so many different ways. And thank you, C. Bacon, for the follow. Appreciate that. They're just extraordinary creatures, and this year I'm getting more and more involved with leatherback turtle research and conservation. And we're going to be taking a trip to Florida at the end of May. Mid-May to end of May. And with any luck, we'll be able to see some leatherback turtles in person. Be able to interview other leatherback turtle researchers. We've already done a few. And I'll pull up a playlist that I can share with you if you want to learn more about these incredible animals. But we're going to be having some more leatherback-focused streams coming up soon. So I'm excited about that. Here's a link to that playlist right there. But, yeah, here is my conversation with leatherback researcher Scott Benson in Monterey, California. And then I had my interview with Dr. Jeanette Wyneken, one of the world authorities on leatherback turtles. And somebody hopefully we're going to be seeing in Florida again in person in May. So I'm very excited about that. Marine turtles, they've got big bony plastrons. Like with these. They're very inflexible, right? Whereas with a leatherback, what is the plastron like? Can you describe that to me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about what a real hard-shelled sea turtle plastron is like in an adult.
Yeah.
It's plates of bone that, 2 plates of bone like this, and a couple plates of bone up in the top, and a couple plates of bone in this.
These things kind of interfinger like that.
When you get near adulthood, those are not as firmly put together as like a tortoise would be.
Sure. Anyway, really, really cool to be able to interview the leading experts in the field here on Twitch. What a privilege is that? Like, how cool is that? And I'm so excited to be able to fingers crossed take you on a special trip to go see that facility. This facility here.
These are leatherback sea turtles. We know so little about leatherbacks, especially at the hatchling and juvenile sizes. So it's really
exactly,
incredible
Clary.
to get to work
Tethered
with
swimming.
those life stages that you would not see out in the wild.
Yeah. Cross your fingers that they have leatherbacks there. I've been talking with Dr. Wyneken, and she's like, "Yeah, come on by the lab, do some streams." I got to figure out how to make that into a fundraiser for their program because I think that would be really cool, and they could use the help. I'm really, really hoping that we've got those baby leatherbacks there at that time. Again, cross your fingers that works out because it is going to be incredible if it does. So yeah. So yeah. Oh, and that's interesting, Dr. Tara. I'm gonna have to take a look at this. This might be directly relevant to. Huh. Interesting. Huh. Okay. And, oh, Camila, are leatherback turtles and loggerhead turtles close at all with the... No, they're not. Oh, great question, Camila. Here, let's pull up our Tree of Life again, and I'll show you. So here's the reptiles. Here's the birds, turtles, and crocs, Archelosauria. Here's the turtles. So within turtles, we'll go to the cryptodires, and then the marine turtles. So there are 7 living species of sea turtle. Leatherbacks diverged first. So they're doing their own thing. We're not 100% sure how closely related they are to the rest of the sea turtles. But loggerheads are up here. That's genus Caretta. Caretta is the species. There's the loggerhead. So all of these guys are the hard-shelled sea turtles. Your Ridleys, your hawksbills, your loggerheads, your greens, your flatbacks. They're all closely related to each other. They only diverged something like 34 million years ago. You get the greens and the flatbacks that split off, and then the rest of these guys are even more closely related to each other. Leatherbacks down here, we think they diverged back in the Cretaceous period. And leatherbacks may or may not be more closely related to critters like Archelon. This giant sea turtle that lived during the Cretaceous period. Just a bonkers huge animal. It was like 4 meters long. So we're talking about a turtle like the size of a big truck. It and the other protostegid turtles like this may or may not be closely related to leatherbacks. It's really difficult to tell because we don't have DNA from these animals. We only have fossils. And today, leatherbacks are so different from all the other turtles that it's kind of a mystery where, like, how closely related they are or how distant they are. It's still pretty hazy. And I really want to actually write a paper about this and get it published, but I've got to bring some colleagues on board because I'm not a turtle expert. But I want to help get that project going and do like a literature review about this. See what's been written on the subject. What are future avenues of research? One thing that I've learned over the years is if there's like a big scientific mystery, one of the best ways to contribute toward it, even if you're not like an expert in that field, is to write a really good review paper on it. Say, here's the current state of knowledge, here's what everybody else has published, let's synthesize that, summarize it, tie it up in a nice neat little bow in a review paper, publish that, and then bright young researchers can read that, be brought up to speed immediately, and they can go to work and maybe solve that problem years or even decades earlier than it would have been solved otherwise. If you can kind of jumpstart that process by, to put it in video game terms, maybe it's like making a nice tutorial mission for them. Is that the right way to put it? I don't know. I don't know if that's a good analogy. Reiko says sure. And Kuda87 says totally. All right, good. Yeah. Anywho. Oh, your sister volunteered with Archelon in Greece. That is super cool, Kimilea. That's a thing I've been seeing a lot. I think they have worked with leatherbacks before. It's the Greek, like, big turtle conservation society. Excuse me. Yeah, check it out. Really cool group. Oh, come on, YouTube. There we go. What a beautiful spot, too. Holy cow. Oh, nice, Chameleon. Nice. Yeah. Is this just drone footage? Alright, I can find you a better video than that.
So the 3 words that
You really make it look like a lot of fun, huh?
my experience is challenging,
Lots of love.
First one would be fun.
Discovery.
So I would say the people.
Motivating.
In general, great experience. I'd say exhausting a lot of times.
It's really fulfilling. Circus, of course.
Anyway, neat group. Take just a minute to say that
All Brontosauruses are thin at one end, much thicker in the middle, and then thin again at the far end.
Mechaholic, thank you for the 54 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Keeping me here online for that long. I think that's true, what she said about brontosauruses as well. I've never seen an exception to that rule. Yeah. What was I going to say? I know I talk a lot about different volunteer opportunities that exist for paleontology. I think there's probably an equal, if not greater, number of volunteer opportunities if you're interested in critters like sea turtles. Holy cow, are there so many different ways that you can get involved with sea turtle conservation or research. Likewise for lots of different kinds of marine life and terrestrial life. If there's one piece of advice that I can give to people watching right now, it's that I think it's so important in life to have something that you're passionate about that you can get involved with. Some sort of project or larger mission, something bigger than yourself that you can help out with. It's a reason to get out of bed in the morning. It's a reason to cooperate with other people, and there's tremendous meaning that you can derive from that. I really do think that is, in many ways, a key to happiness, is being part of some larger project, you know? Something that's bigger than just you. Having, like, a mission in life like that. I think that's where, in many ways, where true fulfillment comes from. So try and find that. If you find yourself just kind of existing rather than living, like so many people, maybe the majority of people, especially in this country, I think are just kind of existing, it makes sense. Like, so many people are overworked, beaten down. If you can find your way into a group of people doing something meaningful and you can join them, become part of that, it can be incredibly fulfilling, you know? More so than the pursuit of wealth or status or power or anything. Those are sources of misery in the long run. Something like that, like a Sea Turtle Conservation Society. It could be incredibly joyful. Yeah. Community work. There you go, Gojira. Absolutely. Yeah. And there you go, Camille. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I tell people that the aquarium pays me in joy. It's beautiful. I'm honored to it. What a cool aquarium you get to work with, too. Monterey Bay Aquarium is the best in the world. Easily. Yeah. And Reiko says it's very related to what the phrase, the unexamined life is not worth living, originally meant. It was encouragement to be passionately reflective. Originally? I feel like it means that on its face. But do people take that another way? Do people take it to mean like, oh, you should be neurotic Huh. Yeah. And there you go, Arthur Cohn. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone is important. Agreed. Yeah. Anywho. Where were we? We were talking about Archelon, the Greek conservation group, and the Cretaceous turtle. We were talking about leatherbacks. And we were talking about metabolism in animals. There we go. Namulala, thank you for the gifts up there. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the support.
Namulla gifted a tier 1 sub to Kimini 2001.
Now it means get those follower numbers up. Oh boy. I was doing my best to get those down today, actually. Got a bunch more bot follows, so I've been trying to ban those as much as possible. Really hoping that none of them were real. But, yeah. And some people have twisted it to mean ignorant people don't have value. Oh boy, Reiko, yeah. People will find any excuse that they can to, like, further oppress folks who are underprivileged. Anywho. And no worries, Clara, you're all good. There's been a big influx. It was like probably 24 hours ago now at this point. Anyway, let's continue.
It does vary a bit over time. But wait, there's even more weirdness. Penguins, for example, generate heat internally and keep most of their bodies warm at all times. But they let the temperature in their feet fall to just above the ice that they stand on, which means that, on this chart, their feet are here while the rest of their bodies are over here. And marlins have co-opted optical muscles to keep their big eyes and brains warm, while the rest of their bodies get cooler and warmer based on their...
And this is kind of what tuna do as well, but yeah.
So their bodies
As I
are
understand
here
it.
while their heads are here. And that's without even getting into other aspects of temperature regulation, like all the different ways that animals cool themselves. So why do we continue to try to lump all of these diverse strategies into just 2 buckets? Well, the same reason we tend to divide lots of animal traits, like their diet and their intelligence and their mating system, into discrete categories, despite the fact that they don't actually fit into those boxes. We divide them because of historical inertia and because human brains like to label things in black and white terms, even when the truth is often more complicated. In order to truly understand what's going on, though, we need to disregard those very human sentiments and instead follow the facts. That is, sometimes even so-called warm-blooded animals have to be a little cold-blooded.
Lovely video there, though. Here. Good stuff. Yeah. Wider than any snake can. There you go, Luke Herman's Gaming. Any modern snake. There would have been, snakes during the early part of the Paleogene period who had tremendously big mouths. Critters like Titanoboa, that's probably an exaggeration in size. It probably wasn't really that big. These snakes who could like eat big crocs and stuff like that. Nuts to think about. Yeah. Pretty nuts. In fact, that seems too big. I think that's been doctored. I don't think... That doesn't seem right. Titanoboa, I don't think got quite that big. Here we go. Here's the actual model. This is the real deal here. Not quite as big, but still truly impressive for a snake. Why does it have such a weird head? It's swallowing a croc right there. So yeah, pretty neat. Anyhow. Wowza, says Yoga Girl. Yeah, Titanoboa is a cool critter. I've spent some time with one of the guys who worked on it. Jason Head. Here we go.
A lost world.
And yeah.
World of giants, 60 million years old. Ruled by a slithering monarch of unbelievable size.
After the extinction of the non-bird
Smithsonian
dinosaurs.
Institution and the Smithsonian Channel, the University of Florida with the Florida Museum of Natural History, and now the Nebraska State Museum with myself have been working on a television program about Titanoboa and about the environments that it lived in.
Sliding into the water, it is coming home.
And so we have been filming in Florida, we've been filming in Canada, we've been filming in Venezuela, where we got to go down and actually hunt modern anacondas.
The snake looks like she's got a diameter of about 9, maybe 10 centimeters at the widest point, which is 1/5 to 1/7 the width of Titanoboa.
And so what we have done with this special is to show people the...
So Titanoboa was 5 to 7 times chunkier than this snake. That's crazy.
We hunt modern anacondas.
The snake looks like she's got a diameter of about 9, maybe 10 centimeters at the widest point, which is 1/5 to 1/7 the width of Titanoboa.
So what we have done with this special is to show people the pattern, the history of discovery, and how we came up with the ideas that we had about what Titanoboa means for its environment, its climate, and also how we make inferences about the biology of the animal, how big it got, what it ate, how it lived. Really the important thing about the discovery of Titanoboa is not that just it's this amazingly big snake and that it's very cool that snakes get that big. It's what it tells us about the world.
Jason Head, their expert in extinct snakes, makes his first visit to Sarahone.
Now, of course, we don't really have a lot of skulls for the fossil record of snakes because they're very light and they break apart after the animals die.
When I was a kid looking at animals, I had no idea that I'd be in this position one day. And they used to have a big life-size Triceratops model in front of the Natural History Museum. And I used to climb around on it as a little kid and then go in the museum galleries just like this gallery and look around and be all wide-eyed. And now I'm actually having the opportunity as an adult to kind of live that dream and to be helping construct galleries like this and to provide the research that
incredibly cool.
Other little kids look around and wide-eyed. And so, you know, the greatest thing for me is that if there's a 7 or 8 year old who is going to watch the special and see Titanoboa and get inspired to become a paleontologist, if I can get a couple of kids to do that, then I've definitely kind of made my mark.
And she disappears.
And anyway, amen. It's kind of the same way that I feel about doing these streams, you know? Although we do a lot of other stuff too. I mean, the outreach component is incredibly important, and that's what I talk about all the time. But we're going to be running a fundraiser coming up soon here, early April. I'm announcing this now. To raise some money to rent a truck that we can use this summer in Wyoming. A friend of mine, Logan, who is a fossil prospecting virtuoso, he's going to be with us for like a month this year. Usually he shows up for like a few days. He does some prospecting. He finds like 10, 20, 30, 40 different sites. And like a significant portion of those might have like a dinosaur skeleton to dig up. He generates so much work for us to be able to do by going out and finding these sites in the first place. This year we have him for a month, it looks like. You could find hundreds... Excuse me, I'm getting too excited about this. Hundreds of sites he could find. Like, multiple new species of dinosaur, most likely. And turtles and gar and potentially, I don't know, mammals, lizards. Even a fossil snake, that would be incredible. He's definitely going to find dinosaurs. The thing is, he doesn't have a car. Not like a four-wheel drive vehicle that you can drive all over hither and yon out in our field area and find these new sites. We need to rent a vehicle, and that's gotten pretty expensive lately. So we need to raise about $2,000 2,000, maybe 2,500 bucks, maybe more if we can, because gas is going up in price too. So I'm going to be organizing a fundraiser. I'm going to see if we can bring Logan on as like a special guest. And offering some cool incentives. Some cool little gifts that we can offer to people who contribute. Very excited about this, but we'll be doing that in early April. I was talking with Ethan about this last week, and gotta talk to Logan about it soon. But I'm excited about that. That's another thing that I'm really proud to do on this channel. Not just science outreach, but actively contributing to science. Not just by doing scientific work in the field, but like raising the money that makes these things possible. Very excited about that. So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And again, Hibiscus, yeah, I know, right? Yeah. We'll smash that goal, says Lenina. I hope so. We'll see. We'll see. So anyway, we'll be talking about that soon. But, we're coming up on 6 p.m. here, and I've got some stuff I gotta take care of tonight. I gotta start getting ready for this trip over the weekend, going down to Anaheim to participate in that panel discussion. It's time to wrap up this stream, everybody. So let's go ahead and do that. And, yeah. Take some more ibuprofen as well. Hope this swelling goes down in my ear and this thing finally drains. But, oh. Come on, Streamlabs. There we go. And we'll put a smiler down under our credits. Why don't we? And I gotta... Credits aren't working. Hang on a second here. Refresh cache. Let's see if that does it. It worked. All right, let's find somebody to raid into here. And we'll wrap this thing up. Don't go away just yet. We're going to continue the science this evening. Who else is on? Let's see, let's see. I see Casey Snowart there. And I see... Let's go read into Draw Curiosity, actually. Who's got a new haircut. She is also a scientist here on Twitch, does science communication. She's doing something called Pokemon Poco something. We'll go see what that is. Alright, everybody. Thank you to everyone who's showing up here in our credits. Everybody from new followers, got a bunch today. To raiders, thank you for the raids. Appreciate that very much. To the people who make these streams possible through their financial contributions. Excuse me. Cheerers and gifters and subscribers and resubscribers and regifters. These streams would not be possible without your financial support, and I'm deeply grateful for that. Likewise to the moderators who keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. Couldn't do this without you, mods. I appreciate it more than you know. Cross your fingers that my ear clears up and it doesn't sound to me like I'm talking with a bucket over my head tomorrow. We'll manage to get through this stream and have a lot of fun doing it. Hope you enjoyed yourself too, and looking forward to more of this tomorrow. Alright, take care everybody, and let's continue the science.